meeting to order in council chambers at 6 p.m. I do not believe we have any electronic attendance. You'll note first items, mayor's board appointments. So we'll begin with presentation. TIF 1 review, Mr. Weber.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Folks, can you folks hear me okay?
Yes, thank you so much.
The presentation, try and be brief and be available to answer questions. But last fall, PGAV was retained by the city to help the city come up with a closeout strategy for TIF number 1. As most of you probably know, TIF number 1 was turned out to be a 35-year TIF, and we will be getting to the 35th year this year, and we'll be collecting the levy for TIF 1 for this year in 2022. So our actual end date for 2022 will be December 31st, 2022, when we hope to have a zero balance in the TIF 1 account. But as part of this engagement, we took a look at the various transfers that were made from the general fund to the TIF 1 fund, that most, if not all, were set up as loans. And by the time we got to issuing our first draft of our memorandum, that was in December, it became apparent that we had incomplete information with regards to those transactions. And so this summer, Kendall Barnes and the staff in the finance department did forensic audits going all the way back to 1988. And they were able to confirm all the transfers from TIF 1, or excuse me, the general fund to TIF 1, and the payments that were made back to the general fund from the TIF fund. The other purpose of our assignment was to outline some best practices with regards to implementing TIF programs. And the end of our assignment, or the last part of our assignment, was to take a look at potential redevelopment sites over by the bridge realignment and the I-74 realignment. And so that's part of the memo as well as a timeline for closing out the TIF and the provision of a taxing district notice, as well as the ordinance that will be used to dissolve the TIF program, and TIF 1 will be dissolved and closed out as of the end of next year. So just to give you some background, when TIF 1 was set up, there was some seed money transferred from the general fund to the TIF 1 fund to get things going. That was about $1.4 million. Later, bonds were issued to help implement some major projects, and various bond issues were issued to pay for supporting public infrastructure, property assembly, and that sort of thing, including parking garages and the transit center in part. But the major projects that were associated with these financing was the super block where the Heritage Building is at, the Moline Center, which has the John Deere Commons, the Radisson TGI Fridays, and some other developments within that area. And then the Bass Street Landing, which had multiple projects, including the hotel project there. So these bonds were issued as general obligation bonds, and the purpose for doing that, I'm assuming, was to get better interest rates in the market, but it was always the city's intent to use TIF 1 revenue to pay back those bonds. But over the course of time, the TIF revenue would be insufficient to make those annual payments. So the general fund, again, loaned money to the TIF 1 fund to cover that shortfall. It wasn't until recently when Carol and Zach performed this analysis, it was unsure if the TIF 1 fund would ever be paid back. There had been criticism in years past that I was aware of that the TIF 1 was, quote, underwater, and we're never going to be able to pay back the general fund. But it turns out that the general fund had loaned TIF 1 $12.6 million over this 30-some year period. 7.9 million of that was paid back, leaving a balance of about 4.4 million to be paid back. And the cash flows estimates that Carol had come up with, and that's shown on Exhibit 1 in the memo, shows that we can fully pay back the general fund and still meet the other obligations and then come up with a zero balance by the end of next year. As part of this exercise, it was brought to our attention that there was multiple public works type projects that took place within TIF 1, and public works projects for the most part are TIF eligible expenses from the standpoint of the TIF Act, but those projects within the last 10 years or so were paid for from the CIP fund and other utility funds. And the question was, should we or can we pay back some of those funds? And it's possible that by the end of 2022, that the projections that Carol has come up with were too conservative on the expense and or revenue side, and we may have some money left over. And we recommend in our memo that if there is any money unencumbered by the end of next year, that we reimburse the CIP fund in particular for some Fifth Avenue street improvements. But we also took a look at those projects and determined that some of them were of benefit to new TIF districts that were created out of the former or pieces of the former TIF 1. That would be TIF 12 in particular, TIF 13, and to a much lesser extent, TIF 11. And so in our memo, we're suggesting that you do like you've done before, for example, with TIF 12, before that TIF was created, the city had a redevelopment opportunity, an opportunity to buy some blighted property. They went ahead and paid for it. They had used general funds because there is insufficient TIF funds to do that. And so what the city later did is transfer that payment obligation from TIF 1 to TIF 12. And TIF 12 has since paid the general fund back for the property acquisition. In a similar fashion, there's portions of the Fifth Street project that could be transferred as an obligation of TIF 13 that's outlined in the memo. And likewise, there's two additional projects, the last two items, and just so you know, that's Exhibit 2 in the memo where those various public works projects, the last two line items on there, we could set that up as an obligation as well against TIF 12 and repay the water fund in this case, those monies that were spent on those public improvements that benefited the properties in TIF 12. We also met with the PMT to discuss our findings, and as part of that discussion, we had quite a bit of debate, if you will, on whether or not it's appropriate to transfer from one TIF to another. In general, PGAV planners, we take a rather conservative viewpoint on this, and I'll explain why a little bit later. But if you're going to transfer money from one TIF to an adjoining TIF, we recommend that you set that up as a loan. And the reason for that is that the TIF Act puts municipalities in a sort of a catch-22 situation. It's just one of the several flaws that are present in the TIF Act, and that is the TIF Act allows you to transfer money from one TIF to an adjoining TIF. It's perfectly clear in one section of the Act. But if you go into the section of the Act that talks about accounting for your TIF spending, basically what it says, if you have money that you don't need to pay for redevelopment projects or obligations or debt incurred within a TIF, you are required by the TIF Act to declare that as surplus and send it back to all the taxing bodies. And so if you set it up as a loan, you help overcome that flaw in the TIF Act, whereby you're going to pay it back and you're going to use those funds later on in the originating TIF and be able to implement some additional projects in those TIFs. We also talked about some best practices in your tax increment financing program. In the past, and particularly 1986, Moline was one of the 100 or so communities that set up a TIF district that took advantage of state sales tax increment, and did in fact benefit the TIF program. That aspect of TIF no longer applies. That's been phased out. But in doing these TIFs, it was everybody's thought, and we were guilty of it as well back then, that you ought to include everything possible in your TIF district that qualifies as being a blighted or conservation area. That way we don't have to come back, time and time again to set up new TIF districts to implement our TIF program. What happens is the TIF district was extremely large. The redevelopment opportunities and the market demand to actually do redevelopment projects was way less than the geography that we had in F1. And so current best practices is when you're implementing TIF, it's better to be a bit more focused, perhaps project driven. And a good example of that is TIF 5, which is the Coney Center. That's a TIF purely designed to leverage the investment to build that project. And our other TIFs that we created within TIF 1 and created new ones were somewhat focused and based on redevelopment opportunities that were known at the time. TIF 11, of course, had the Element Hotel and the Amtrak station component. It also was gerrymandered in a way to pick up the old and vacant, or it's a vacant lot now, or a parking lot, the old John Deere Collector Center site. And so that's a site that needs attention and more effort to try and get that redeveloped, and that will help cash flow TIF 11, which is projected not to be able to pay back the general fund according to Carol's projections. TIF 13 was a similar setup that helped with what was the name of the bank downtown of
Chase Bank.
Chase. I was thinking of Commerce. Chase Bank, residential project, the Access Hotel, We also snaked it over to try and pick up, and did pick up the Spiegel building. With the, we had interest, as I understand it, in that site early on, but that has waned, and there's still efforts underway to try and get that redeveloped. So in terms of the closeout process, we recommend that, or we give you steps to follow that staff can follow on the closeout procedure, and it's fairly simple. You're going to budget to have a zero balance by the end of next year, and by November 1st of next year, if the city attorney ultimately concurs with this, but we're suggesting that you notify the taxing districts by November 1st of 2021. There's some reason, or you could also interpret the TIF Act to mean that you need to notify them by November 1 of this year, but I've had some discussions with David Silverman about this, and from a pragmatic standpoint and from being useful in terms of the other taxing districts, knowing when TIF equalized assessed value becomes taxable assessed value for their district, that's not going to occur until the 2022 tax year. And so it makes sense to do the notification by November 1, 2022, so the taxing bodies can take that into account when they determine their levy request that's due to the county clerk by the third Tuesday in December. And then before the end of December, then the city treasurer and finance department will do the final closing of the books, and you will pass an ordinance terminating the TIF, and that will be the end of the TIF 1 program. And all of the incremental value that was created in TIF 1 will now become what's called rate-setting EAV for the other taxing districts. And it's a win for them. They have all participated in foregoing taxes from TIF 1 for 35 years. And now they'll get the full benefit of those property value increases. And I might add that from an outsider's perspective, the leadership at the city of Moline has done an incredible job, in my opinion, with the riverfront and the downtown area. Of course, there's more to be done, but it's an impressive situation or observation from my viewpoint in terms of what has been done and the vibrancy it's brought down to the riverfront. It's incredible. We've had several TIF conferences in Moline over the past 10 years, and the members of the ITIA association that have never been to Moline are extremely impressed with the progress that you made with your TIF. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to you, Mayor, and be available to answer questions.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Weber. Does anyone on council have questions for him? No, not at this time. I know we appreciate your emails prior to the meeting, and everyone is free to continue to discuss with you as necessary, but we do appreciate your work on this project.
Okay, I'll stand by for Carol's presentation.
Yep.
In case you have any questions back for me.
Okay, thank you so much.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Schmidt.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the PGAV planner's memo and the recommendation of our consultant to close out TIF number 1.
Second.
All right, we have one motion by Alderman Schmidt, seconded by Alderman Timian. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. We move to Ms. Barnes.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, make sure you have that close to you, Carol.
Okay, can everyone hear me
Yes.
now? Okay, I'll try to talk loud. In addition to Mike's review tonight, I would like to very briefly and broadly review the other TIFs. And I'm going to primarily focus on a couple of the summary pages. But before I get to that, I would like to say that we have updated all the TIFs from the last time you received, I think even a bound copy back in August. We actually received from the county the preliminary EAV numbers that will be for 21 collectible and 22. And those numbers came in more conservatively at about a 0.6% increase across the board as far as increased values. And in the past, we have used approximately 1, sometimes even 1.5%, depending on which TIF. But we've backed them all back to the 0.6% to be more conservative. So as we look to the future and potential future available dollars, we feel it's a conservative approach to have taken. The next item, just to give you an update, was based on Mike Weber's recommendation and interpretation of the TIF Act that you heard tonight regarding the transfers. We have updated our spreadsheets accordingly. And number one, in the future, we will, for any unencumbered cash reserves at the year end, they will be returned to taxing districts if they are not allocated for a qualified TIF project. In addition, again, based on Mike's recommendations, transfers between adjoining TIFs will no longer be made to assist with balancing another TIF that has negative cash flow. In the future, transfers will be treated as loans and will only be made from unencumbered cash balances for a qualified TIF project. As a result of this, again, we've updated all of our cash flows that are before you tonight, and that has resulted in TIF number 11 now projecting in a negative fund balance at the end of, I think it's 2037, of approximately $3.7 million. Again, that's a lot of years out with those projections. On an annual basis, we will continue to be updating those. But all those changes have been made in the cash flows you have tonight. And if council kind of gives their nod to that tonight, we will be presenting that as well for the 22, 23, and 24 budgets in the next couple weeks.
John?
Yes, Mr. Wan?
As to that policy, and we've gone through this, and I appreciate Mike's very conservative approach, but I think that it's important that the council understands what the law is and what numerous cities around the state does, which is in situations in which you have just neighboring TIFs, that they are allowed to, and it says it specifically, as Mike said in the statute, that you can transfer funds from one TIF to a neighboring TIF, because you have situations where the work in one TIF is benefiting the neighboring TIF, which would result in eventual development there. You couldn't have a situation where you transferred money from the mall down to downtown, but you certainly could for those contiguous TIFs. Also, what's important to note is 3 years ago, I think, Mike, the state legislature tried to enact what Mike said, a prohibition from porting money from one TIF to another. That failed. So that clearly shows that it is legal to do, and that he's just taking a conservative approach, and that is their policy decision that they believe that we should do. But Moline is in a very unique situation with the TIFs that we have downtown. We have carved TIFs out of adjoining TIFs, more than I know of any other community in the area. If we adopt this as our policy, we talk about our reserve fund. There's a cash portion of it, but there's also about $9 million in TIF advances. That when we do that, that $9 million in cash advances drops to $6 million. So when we talk about what reserves we have, there is money that is projected to come back. Now, there have been some changes to TIF 13, so maybe we wouldn't capture the entire $3.7 million, but we should not be hamstringing ourselves to a policy that is not required by law and will result in, I think, hurting our general fund and our reserve fund over time. We should leave our flexibility. It's not saying that we have to transfer those things, but certainly, and we have as a council in the past done and created incentives with different developers because as a policy, we had been porting money from one TIF to the other. And so I'd like to move that we reject the policy that would limit our ability to port funds from neighboring TIFs. So I make that as a motion.
There's a motion on the floor by Alderman Wendt,
I'll second.
seconded by Alderman Moyer. Discussion?
And I want to open up, because this is a very complex accounting and understanding why to do this. So
I'd like
if you
to-
have questions, please ask them.
I would like to ask Ms. Barnes a question. So one of the ways to remedy a negative fund balance would be to get more development going in those areas, correct?
Absolutely.
And not having had a community and economic development director leading that charge for 2+ years is part of why we're in this position. Thank you. Did you have a comment over here? Mr. Waldron?
We pay our consultants, in my belief, a good amount of money to give us their opinions. In this case, I understand what Alderman Nguyen is talking about, but being a conservative person myself, reference to finances and transfers and stuff like that, I think we should go with what our consultant is telling us. I realize it may hamstring us down the road, certainly could, but I am very much pro going with the recommendation from the consultant. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Schmidt?
My understanding of what was said is that under this policy, we would still be able to transfer in the case we had an actual project we were transferring that fund to.
Yes.
So if we have a use for that money in a neighboring TIF and that justification, that would still be an allowable place.
No,
We're going to let her
That-
answer. Thank you.
that's not what you said.
Thank you. Ms. Barnes, go ahead.
No, if it is a qualified project, you would be able to transfer funds, but it would be for a loan to be paid back. But there would be value because of the project to be able to help hopefully pay that back.
That's the key.
Any other comments?
Point of information, because I want to clarify that
Yes,
statement.
Mr. Warren?
What that means is that if there is not enough lifetime of that neighboring TIF, it could be the greatest project that we want, and we want to have it. We want this new park, the gem of the city along the riverfront. But if we do not believe that that TIF has the length of time to repay it, we can't transfer it. So it's not just that it's a qualified project. It has to be a qualified project, and that TIF, with whatever time frame it has left in it, has to have the ability to pay back that. Even if that neighboring TIF has got $9 million in surplus in it, we are hamstringing ourselves that we may sit with a TIF 12 that has $9 million worth of surplus in it that isn't able to transfer it to a neighboring TIF because that TIF doesn't have enough time to repay it.
So to my earlier point about development, creating more funds for closing out the TIF. Once we get staff in place, we potentially could have enough projects to not hamstring ourselves. Is that correct?
I mean, yes, potentially. The key is to be able to
Yes.
bring the development in. And maybe Mr. Weber also has a comment in that regard to make.
Yes, if you transfer from money, let's say from TIF 12, down the road, because it has a fairly large unencumbered balance, there's multiple properties in TIF 12 that have yet to be redeveloped, and probably the most expensive one is going to be the or the metal recycling operation. Is that Midland Steel? I don't remember the name of the company, but that's going to be a major expensive project. And then like in TIF 11, we're going to have a situation, if we're going to redevelop the John Deere Visitor Center site, we have a outstanding obligation. It's a perpetual obligation, I believe, with some adjoining developments to provide 80 some parking spaces on that site. And so if we redevelop that site, we not only need parking for the project itself, whether it be mixed use or residential or what have you, and in doing so, it's going to require structured parking. And I can tell you from a real estate development standpoint, in the market the size of Moline, parking garages will kill a project. So it would be great if TIF 11 could build up some unencumbered funds to get that site redeveloped. And again, if we have a project in an adjoining area and it's a super great project and we don't have enough time left in the TIF to generate the cash flow, that's one of the reasons why the legislature allows municipalities to ask for an extension of their TIF, or an alternative way would be to take that project, if you will, out of TIF 13 or 11 or whatever, and create a new TIF so long as it qualifies. And then you have a full life for that project. But it would have to be a cornerstone project like some of them that you've done in the past. So there's options. But again, our recommendation is that you really try to focus on implementing each of your TIFs. They all have sites that have yet to be redeveloped. They all have had some good projects to date. But again, our recommendation is you focus on implementing the TIF program for each TIF and having them operate as much as possible independent.
Thank you very much. Mr. Went?
Yeah, Mike, can you answer? I want to make sure that I understand how this policy that you're proposing, based on the example you just used, would work in real life. So let's say we have a developer that comes in and wants to develop the collector center lot. And as you said, and I'm certain you are correct, that if we want 300 market rate apartments there, that we're, because of our obligations to the River Station, which is in TIF 5, and other adjoining properties, that we're going to have to build a parking garage on that collector center lot. Now, TIF 5 has $1 million worth of excess that is projected to have. Under your policy,
It's not in River Station is in TIF 1.
It's River State. Okay, let's say okay. So let's say if it was in TIF 5, I just want to understand a hypothetical here. Help me understand that if there's an obligation in an adjoining TIF and it has $1 million, but TIF 11 clearly there is no way that it can pay back because it's already in the hole $3.7 million. Could that adjoining TIF transfer that $1 million to help build that parking garage because that parking garage has some benefit to a property in that adjoining TIF?
I think you could consider that.
Even though you said that there's no way to pay it back.
What do you mean, no way to pay it back? The problem that I have is not the fact that the TIF Act says you can transfer it. The problem I have is that if you don't need it in TIF 5, you're obligated to declare it surplus.
But you don't need it in TIF 5, but it's going to go to a neighboring TIF for something that may benefit TIF 5.
And that's a unique situation where we might want to explore how to get that done.
And those were the
That's why-
options you just presented to us.
That's why I'm sorry.
Those were the options you just presented to us before he asked his hypothetical question, was there are things you could pursue as ways to get something done so that we're not hamstrung.
But that runs contrary to the policy that Carol outlined.
It's because there's very few absolutes.
That's why I said, why are we
Right, so-
hamstrung ourselves with a
That's fine,
policy?
you've made your position very clear. Ms. Barnes, could you speak, and maybe if no one else has anything else, this might be the final comment on this before we need to move it on with our agenda. But you probably have more to say, and I would just, could you succinctly state what this does to the other taxing bodies that we have pledged in previous years to be good partners to, if we start porting, moving things around, and they can't count on when they're gonna see the benefits of the TIFs closing?
I'm thinking I'm understanding your question. What this would do is that if there was what Mike Weber describes as surplus in any given year, if the city were to find no qualified projects or reason to be transferring between TIFs and then paid back through a loan, that those funds would go back to the taxing districts as part of being a good partner, which is the way the TIFs were originally established.
Thank you. Okay, please continue.
And I will be very, very brief.
Yep.
I wanted to make mention, as Mike Weber had
Is there a
stated.
motion on the floor for?
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. There is a motion on the floor, and we've had our discussion, so, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
I'll do a roll call vote just to be clear for the record, please.
Alderman Went,
Aye.
Timian,
Nay.
Moyer,
Aye.
O'Brien, I'm sorry, Waldron,
Nay.
Schmidt,
Nay.
Williams,
Aye.
Macias.
Nay.
So we have 3 ayes and 4 nays.
All right, so that motion does not pass. Please continue.
In regards to the cash flows that are before you tonight, and again, I'm not going to go through them in detail, we did update based on Mike Weber's recommendations of reviewing the previous year's projects that had been spent in TIFs. We are reallocating expenses back to that TIF number 12 and 13, and that was outlined in my memo. And it totaled about $1.3 million. And so there's some sizable amounts here going back into our CIP, utility funds, water, WPC, and stormwater. So that's a very positive thing.
Thank you. Question, Mr. Wen.
Yeah, along those lines, as far as the timing of when it goes back to which ones, can you outline which ones get the money back first?
The way we put the cash flow together, number one, it will be presented immediately, and it's showed that way on the cash flows. But we did show the general fund being the last fund to be paid back. And Mike and I had a conversation that maybe we should prioritize with stormwater and then place the general fund, because it's one of the more, if we have more funds available in the general fund, it gives us more flexibility. And then having water and WPC be the last two to be
So I'd like to make that motion that in priority it goes stormwater, because we're underwater, no pun intended, in that fund anyway, then general, and then finally water and WPC at the end.
okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
So to be clear, the motion is you want the priority of repayment to be number 1, stormwater funds, number 2, the general fund, and number 3, WPC funds.
Water and
Water and
WPC, it should be both.
WPC.
Yeah.
Okay. Any discussion on that point? Mr. Waldron?
Help me understand this a little bit, Carol. They're all gonna be refunded, or they're gonna refund back.
Yes.
Why can't they all take place at one time?
Because there's not available funds in the TIFs right now. It'll come through as the TIF progresses down the road, project money will become available. And there's a summary sheet that I'm gonna go through in just a minute, and then I'll show you how that occurs.
At the end of this, will that money actually be there to give it to water and sewer?
Yes, yes, it absolutely will. Cash will be transferred.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. One more question, Mr. Schmidt?
And I'm looking from the projected cash advances sheet. Do we need to include CIP and park in there as well? Those are also on the list. Unless I'm looking at the wrong sheet.
There is, no, you're right, I'm going off the top of my head. It is, it's sort of complicated in the way this
Yeah.
is.
It is.
General fund would be paid back last under this consideration. Or general fund, stormwater would be first, then general fund. And there are other funds here with CIP and utility tax that we forgot to look at. It's the
She's talking about
CIP
this
fund.
chart right there.
Yeah, yep. And so the question is where would you like CIP? Would you like stormwater and then CIP and then general? And then water and
What page is that?
stormwater or
It's the
sewer?
I'm so sorry to talk over you.
No.
It's the memorandum.
Are the,
May I make a comment?
1 second, Mr. Weber, Mr. Went.
no, I'd like to hear.
Okay,
what-
Mr. Weber, go ahead.
With respect to TIF 12, the money that is eligible to be transferred as an obligation to TIF 12, all that money came out of the water fund, I believe.
Yes,
And so that money would have to, when you pay it back, it'll go from TIF 12 to the water fund.
yes.
Okay.
That's a good point. And I'm going to refer to my cash flows, and we're just gonna shore this up. On TIF number 12, all of the money is it's actually water and sewer, Mr. Weber. But those will be top priority to return those funds. First priority, there is no money due back to the general fund in TIF 12.
Okay.
And they're jointly going to be paid back at the same time, split. Then in TIF number 13, currently we have stormwater paid back, then water, then the CIP/utility funds with general fund last. If it's my understanding in TIF 13, it would be to do stormwater, potentially CIP then the general fund, and then water WPC.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate.
You need
Okay.
to amend anything then in the motion?
Yeah, so I'll amend to put
I'm sorry.
CIP in front of general.
Seconded by Mr. Moyer.
And when you said parks, did you mean like CIP and parks, or we haven't gotten to that yet?
Yeah.
Parks,
Yeah, there is no
Parks is paid
parks
for
on
this
this.
year.
Yeah, that was,
Yeah.
he was on a different chart.
Oh, okay.
That's
Yep.
not relevant.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, we need a vote on that, a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that priority order passes.
well,
Anything else?
we technically have,
Oh, yeah, that was the amendment.
So,
So the amendment passed. Are we clear?
yeah, oh, yeah, I
Redo
think
that?
we're all clear.
All right, so I feel like we've gotten off track here with where we're at because we're popping in and out of Carol's report. So if we could finish her report and then I'll go back to the motion.
Okay, and I will be very brief. If we could all turn to page 36 in your council handouts, I'm going to focus on two summary sheets. Page 36 first. This first one is a projected advances from other funds. And what this is showing, if you look at the gray highlighted halfway down the page, the total general fund advances to across all of the TIFs for the 2020 year that we're currently in totals $9,606,000. With the closeout of TIF 1, we will be seeing that drop down to $7.6 million in 2022. So that's a very positive thing from a cash flow perspective. If you take a look at the yellow highlights on each one of the funds, you'll see that every one is blank in the yellow boxes except for TIF 11. And that's where we're showing potentially that even at the end of the TIF life for TIF 11, they're still maybe owing $3.7 million to the general fund. And that word is may, based on current projections. The other highlight on this page I just wanted to point out, it's the rows that have asterisks, and you'll see TIF 7 on both of those. Right now, the way we put the cash flows together, because water and sewer put in the infrastructure for TIF number 7, there is debt service that is needing to be paid on an annual basis that averages about $700,000. Those monies are split, prorated based on the percentage of the water cost and the infrastructure, or the sewer cost of infrastructure. And so you will see potentially in TIF 7, if there's not additional development, that the water fund may not be paid back about $4.1 million, and WC possibly $5 million. I have calculated, and again, with our economic development director coming on board, if we were to get clear value that was not being incented, with rebates obligated from the city, to the tune of about $8 million EAV over a 12-year period, that would break this TIF even. Again, that's an EAV of $8 million, so it's a significant amount of value. But, there's a possibility, possible. Surely there was that thought process when the TIF was established. Doing that same calculation on TIF number 11, if we had development come on board to the tune of about $3 million of equalized assessed value, or again, over a 12-year period, that TIF as well would break even by the end of the life. Any questions on the cash advances?
No, thank you.
Then jumping real quick to the summary page, turn back one to page 35. I just want to highlight, I'm going to look, first of all, what this page is showing is projected available cash for projects. So as we go through the years, we need to be watching every year with new projections. If there's available cash, what are the projects that need to be done coming up, so that if there is a project, we need to get going on it. And if not, as we've talked about, if there's no project allocated, potentially it would be going back to our partners in the other taxing districts. So the key ones to highlight are the 21, 22, 23, and 24. You'll see in green boxes. And we are highlighting those in the upcoming 3-year budget that we're presenting. But the two most urgent ones are in 21. The first one at South Park Mall. We've got about $66,000 in that TIF. The only reason we had this was because last year they protested their values, and because their values went below the development agreement, they were not entitled to their rebate. Their values have since come back with the new preliminary values, so you'll see that there's no additional dollars in the future years. But for this year, Joe is looking into it if there are some potential projects. We had just put in a traffic signal, but it's outside the TIF. We were maybe considering some improvements on the ditches around, but it also falls outside. So it's something that we need to.
Yes, Mr. Wynn.
To that point, that's the clarification I'd like to get, because I've been told many times that the ditches are outside of it, but the property lines go out into the middle. I looked through it with Andy the other day, that the property lines actually go out into the ditch, like into the middle of the ditch, and on the north side of it includes all of that ditch. And so I think we really need clarification, because I think the $66,000, I mean, if anybody's driven by the moats of 16th Street, that there's trees coming out, volunteers, that nobody's been taking care of that at all. And so what I'd like to see is that $66,000 out there to clear that up.
And Joe is looking into that, and again, I know.
But it has to be spent by the end of this year, so we don't have much time.
But it also has to be like a permanent improvement. It's got to be an improvement to the TIF.
Given baskets or something.
So Joe is looking at that, and he will be coming back to council very shortly, my understanding is, right, Joe? Mm-hmm. If we can come up with that. If we are unable to come up with one, and again, we're certainly going to try our best, those funds otherwise would be going back to the taxing districts if we're unable to do that. The same is for route number 6, and my understanding is Tony is going to be coming back. They're looking into some engineering and design work for the extension of a water system to the south side of route number 6. And again, if that can be done, we're going to fast track that so we can get all the engineering and all those costs, everything in the works to get those projects done.
And he said it was about $125,000.
Yes, I believe that's correct. And with that, there's so much in with all these TIFs, but we will be coming back with a more in-depth review of the TIFs once we get our economic development director, and we're going to take a deep dive and do some deep planning, on how to proceed with all of these TIFs.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
And this is specifically looking at those two TIFs we were just discussing. At what phase of that project does it need to be where that money would be considered committed to that project and not needing to be declared surplus, or does it have to be spent? Or it was my understanding that once it's committed to a project, that can be done, and it can be done in advance.
My understanding, and Mike Weber, you can respond to, but it should be work completed. Like if there was design work, so much work should be completed that would be expensed in that TIF. Is that correct or not, Mr. Weber?
I was daydreaming.
Oh, it's okay. Typically, at the end of the year, I know from an accounting standard, typically you would want your work in process to be like billable construction costs or billable engineering costs that would be qualified from an audit perspective to have come through the books, to have been expensed properly out of these TIFs to qualify.
Correct.
Okay.
They should be expenses that have been incurred, although are you on a modified or on an accrual basis?
Yeah, we're on a modified accrual, so yes, the bills can be paid in January, February for work performed through December 31st. That would be booked.
Yeah.
Okay,
So as long as it's booked, I think you're fine.
Yes.
thank you. So as a point of order, we voted for an amendment to that order of priority, correct?
Yep.
So we are back to the motion on the table, which is, can you please restate it, Mr. Knight, since
To the
it's your motion?
order of priority for the payback to be stormwater, CIP, general fund, and then water and WPC.
All right, so all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you very much, Ms. Barnes.
Yes.
We move to our last presentation, Riverside Family Aquatic Center update. Mr. Griffith.
Good evening. Eric Griffith, Parks and Recreation Director. I'm going to go through short. And kind of go over upgrades to the Riverside Family Aquatic Center and the tennis courts, and also some parking there. This was voted by Park Board for bonding. For the board voted 7-0 in favor of it. We do have several Park Board members here tonight. They're not going to speak, but just showing their support for this project. We do have the Park Board President, John Knott, the Vice President, Don Walbert, and then the Treasurer, Roger Thompson. So this is, when I came to Moline, this is one of, this is the older pool, the pool that was here before the current one that we have. Everyone talked about that bathhouse. Every person I've talked to since I moved here, you're the Parks and Recreation Director, I remember that bathhouse. I remember the water slides. The slides aren't in these pictures, but another slide does. Wacky Waters, I've heard a lot about that, but I've heard a lot about this old pool. So the current pool, Google images of where the bathhouse sits and the swimming pool, and then on the right is what the pool looks like when it's filled. As you can see, there are really the only two amenities that this swimming pool has is a splash feature that's in the shallow end, or the zero depth, and then shade structures. The current spray feature was installed in 2003. That's the picture from our website. There are several sprays on that splash feature that do not work, and is in the CIP to replace in the next couple of years. But typically those have about a 20-year lifestyle, and that one installed in 2003. So the slides is another thing that I always heard about. So when the old pool was taken out and the new pool was put in, they kept the original slides. Well, over time, the fiberglass was coming off. The wood was rotted. There's just no way to save it. So I just wanted to give a kind of a picture. If you don't quite remember, those were removed in 2013. This was presented by Burbach Aquatics and myself a couple months ago. And this is what the pool committee came up with as a layout of what the new facility could look like. So we would keep the existing house. We would do updates to the concession stands, be able to redo electric in there so we can offer cook our own pizzas, fried food, better options instead of just what we currently have. We can update the area that people can sit at for the concession stand with a large shade structure. Up at the top does have park offices. This has been a priority for the Parks Department and the Park Board for some time, ever since the old bathhouse was taken out at the swimming pool to get back into a better setting for the Parks and Recreation Department. That spray feature that's currently in the shallow end would be replaced with a splash pad up at the top as well with family restrooms. We picked that area for the splash pad so then when the pool is not open or during swimming lessons, that splash pad would be free. This is very common for other cities, and that would be able to use early in the morning to when the facility opens. By moving the splash pad up there instead of having a spray feature in the zero depth area, this removes a lifeguard having to guard that area because there's no standing water. We also have several areas of shade throughout the facility. We also have a large lazy river that one of the slides dumps into. And then we have another river or slide that dumps into the area where the old slides dumped into. We also have updates to family restrooms. We also have upgrades to the pump house, and we also add more parking. So restructuring or restriping and blacktopping the back parking lot as well. We were able to use that this past year, but it is in disarray. And then finally, adding pool lights. So currently right now, our facility is only open till 5. So then on the Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, we allow a rental or rentals till 8 p.m. We can't go any further than 8 p.m. because you can't operate within a half hour of sunset without lights. I think lights are very important. There's several swimming pools that have that, and we can, almost double the amount of time, not double, but increase the amount of time that the facility is open with special events and night rentals, and be able to increase what our open swim hours are because of those lights as well. So that cost has $5,323,000. That's what was presented to Park Board or City Council a couple weeks ago. During this pool study, one of the things that we took into account, but we didn't spend a lot of time on it, was parking. We knew that we were doubling the parking in the front of the facility to help with the swimming pool and the pickleball courts, but we didn't know at the time how popular pickleball truly would be. We've got 72 spots in the front of the swimming pool, and there's some days where if the pool was open, we would not have any parking because of how much parking the pickleball takes up. So if we were able to go past the pickleball, the space between pickleball, the swimming pool, and the mausoleum, be able to add an additional 150 to 175 spots, that would not only benefit pickleball in the swimming pool, but also the Moline Little League, and then the tennis courts as well in the back. Moving on to the tennis courts. So these were pictures from the tennis courts from 2017 before they resurfaced the courts. As you can see, they're very large cracks, and they have been filled before by staff. And so less than 4 years, the tennis courts have been resurfaced. This is what the courts look like right now. So as you can see in the right, the picture on the right has some green caulk in it. That's from our staff, so we've filled those cracks twice in the last 2 years, and they are continuing to get worse and worse. Some more pictures from that. Pictures on the left are of the parking lot, and then the pictures on the right are of one of the corners of the tennis courts. As you can see, the bottom right picture, to me it looks like asphalt was put on top of the red asphalt as well. So there's 2 layers down there, and then the bottom is cinder. And these cracks continue to get worse and worse. The Quad City Pickleball Club was able to host a tournament this past fall with courts on the tennis courts and on the pickleball courts, and they were fine for what they were looking at, but if we want to attract an outside tournament to come in, these courts would not be good enough for a tournament like that. As you can tell, in less than 4 years, these cracks have already gone back to what, similar to what they looked like in 17. In the last 20 years, these courts have been resurfaced professionally 3 different times, and almost every single year by park staff are they trying to fill the cracks. We didn't fill them last year because of COVID and lack of seasonal staff, but we were able to fill them this year and make them playable for tennis players. But if we're looking at wanting to bond, I truly think that this would be a great addition as well. I've got cost estimates for 8 tennis courts and 10 tennis courts. As you can see, and then also a larger parking lot. So there's 30 spots there right now. That would go up to 54. Cost for 8 tennis courts is $1,264,000, and then 10 tennis courts would be $1,494,000. We would also want to make sure, in this picture, it has a sidewalk that connects the tennis to pickleball, and then if we're able to do the parking, we would also want to do a sidewalk that connects the parking on both sides to the tennis courts as well. And then this picture right here, I believe is from Naperville, Illinois. But for the pickleball tournament that happened this past fall, they actually laid down tape and taped off 14 additional pickleball courts of the tennis. I think this would be a huge opportunity to already strive for tennis and pickleball on the tennis courts and be saying to these tournaments, hey, all you have to do is bring your nets, and now we've got 16 to 20 pickleball courts on the tennis courts, and then also 8 other ones as well. They held 240 people over 3 days with 22 courts. We're able to do 26 to 30 courts. Easily could hold 500 plus people on a 3-day weekend. Those are people that are, some coming from outside or from the Quad Cities, some outside of the Quad Cities, staying in our hotels, restaurants, spending their time in Moline. So as a summary, the pool renovation, $5,323,000. Additional parking, $350,000. The new tennis courts, depending on 8 courts or 10 courts, for a grand total of $6,937,000 to $7,168,000. If we were to bond for the full amount for 20 years, it would be about $445,000 per year. And we do have $1,500,000 of bonding debt payments dropping off. So there is roughly $21 million of bonding capacity that would equal $1.5 million in bond payments. Questions?
Mr. Waldron.
Does the park board or yourself have an idea of the demand for 8 tennis courts versus 10? I'm not belittling the tennis folks, and maybe it's because of the condition of our courts, but I don't see the amount of players per se that still do tennis versus, as an example, of Keisha stated pickleball.
Yeah, so I was playing pickleball last night at the new courts, and stopped over and drove over by the tennis courts, and at that time, all of them were being used, plus some people waiting. Now, with that layout of 10 courts, I think during the design process, between the city and park board, I think we can determine if we want to keep all those 10 for tennis or be able to make some of them pickleball as well.
Yes, Mr. Waldman.
And my last question, have you given any thought to partnering with the school district on the tennis courts? I know Alleman uses those tennis courts, and I know the tennis courts at the high school are not that new either. Is the park board considered partnering with the school district?
We haven't reached out to them yet, but it definitely could be an opportunity.
Thank you.
Simeon.
I hope this is not a silly question. Is there a way to winterize the tennis courts so that they last longer? Because I imagine a lot of these cracks are a result of rain and whatnot getting into, and expanding.
Yeah, it is, you have to keep up on if there are cracks on the facility or the courts, you need to make sure that you're constantly filling those and making sure that you're keeping that surface from getting water down in there and then freezing.
So there isn't like a tarp we can put over during the winter, or is that too simplistic?
I don't know. I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
No.
It's my new business.
Anything else for Mr. Gerber? Yes. Mr. Warren.
A couple of questions. The splash pad, 'cause I'm curious about how that works. Where it's located, where would you park to get to it? It kind of looks like you've got it's a ways from.
So it doesn't show. It shows. There's a park. You can park in the front or the back, and there'd be a sidewalk along the fence that you can access from the back of the parking lot or by where the pickleball courts are, or where the parking for the pickleball. So there would be a sidewalk from either parking lot to get you to the splash pad.
And there'd be a fence that then was between it. I guess I just don't see it between it and the rest of the facility.
So yes, the splash pad is fenced in. You would be able to unlock the outside fence in the morning to allow people to come use the splash pad. When the facility opens, you would lock the outside gate and then open the inside gate. So people that pay admission to the swimming pool would have access to the splash pad.
That's how it works in Geneseo,
Yep.
set up that way.
And on the park offices that are in front, there's also so that not only holds the circulation system for the splash pad and the motors, but it also has restrooms that you could use as part of the splash pad when the facility is open.
Mr. Macias? Oh,
Would you
sorry.
be able to get into the pool from this parking lot here? Or do you have to go
You would have
through
to
the
walk.
existing?
You'd have to walk around.
Okay.
I anticipate that back parking lot, most of it will be parked by staff. If we're able to add additional parking, the 150 to 175, I anticipate most staff just parking back there, and then that would probably be your third option if the front two parking lots are full, then they would park back there. But there would be a sidewalk that you would be able to access to go all the way up.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Went, you had a few more questions.
Yeah. And so that's where people, the park district folk would park over there as well. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
For the office. So with the office, you take all the park staff out of Public Works and you move it over to here. The location in the Public Works, what happens with that space? What happens with the facilities payment into that facilities fund? How is that overcome?
Yeah, so I anticipate that as soon as we would leave Public Works, that space would be used. I mean, there's plenty of opportunities for office spaces back there for some staff or some work areas.
We have staff that doesn't have places to
We have
sit.
staff that are.
Those spots back there are originally designed for the park maintenance folks to work back there. Parks staff, Parks and Rec staff have used those. We may not fill them up right away, but we can certainly, as we adjust and move people here and there, we would be able to utilize the space. We don't have extra space down there anyway. We could definitely use some.
So would this be part of that one-stop shop if you had that opening up that you could?
It's up to staff and Bob Vitas.
Yeah.
I think that's still to be determined.
It could be a part of the solution, in addition to other things probably. If we wanted a true one-stop shop, that space isn't gonna make it happen, but it could be part of that, so, in addition to some other things.
Okay.
Your Honor, I can help with the where, who is where when.
Yes, Mr. Waldron.
When we were required to take recreation folks into Public Works, we moved a bunch of the maintenance folks out of those areas, along with the equipment they stored, and built offices in those areas, which then compounded the problem of storage to the north end of the building, which is now jam full of stuff.
Okay.
So that park maintenance stuff was always meant to be in that corner, if you've ever been in that building. We turned it into offices. We booted the arborist out. We booted out the landscape people out of their offices so the rec people could go in. So just by moving the rec people back out, you can get more back to what the true intent of the building was,
That's great.
especially for storage.
You have one last
Yeah,
question.
one other one. You had mentioned Wacky Waters in the pool. I remember, we had the slides in Moline, and the only other alternative was basically Wacky Waters out in North Davenport at the time. I know that with the consultant, there was some projections that there would be $41,000 of annual revenue coming off of that. Two questions. One is, did they analyze what the cannibalization would be of Rock Island's? Like people, like my kid and his friends oftentimes have gone over to Rock Island to go there. If we did this, they would be there. Are we kind of cannibalizing our neighbors? Because back in the day, we were the only game in town.
Sure.
Now we've got a neighboring facility. How did we take that into consideration?
So what they talked about is just increase in attendance at the pool. So they're talking about an additional 7,000 patrons come through the doors with these upgrades, and the possibility of 250 family passes being sold. But they didn't talk about if it would negatively impact Rock Island or any other city that has a swimming pool.
Okay, that concerns me a little bit, just because we're all in. We don't have extra stuff, so that's interesting. But the 41,000 is the intent that any projected revenue would then be used for the debt service on the project.
I think the financial information, I think, would have to be figured out along with the project, but
Yeah, that's a question for Carol
Yeah.
down the way.
yeah.
Is that typically what we would do on things like that?
Well, in the budget that Bob and I are putting together, we have not included that 41,000. Because parks in itself is not self-sufficient. We were letting those additional revenues go back into the pool, and the debt service on the pool just standing alone by itself to be paid out of with the home rule sales tax.
Okay.
Is this your last question, Mr. Warren?
Is there a limit
Is
on
it-
finding out
no,
information
just-
about the project?
Just a question. I'm just trying to gauge things.
Okay, yeah, I've got two more. So you had said, I think on your last slide, that there was $1.5 million worth of payments dropping off. Of that, it's about 170,000 of those payments are park payments right now,
Yep.
and the rest of them are other CIP. Did we
Yes,
track?
it's primarily all CIP, and some of it on the police station as well being paid back.
So some police station, but parking deck
And library, yes.
and roads or
Yes, roads.
Fifth Avenue or those sorts of things. Typically, we've always been given around $500,000 a year for CIP to the parks. If we've got this $170,000 dropping off that would have traditionally, if we decided to say, hey, Parks Department, we'll give you $750,000 a year, and then you make the decision on whatever you want to do with it. Do you think that the Parks Department would utilize that, use a portion of it, $440,000 for debt service, and then use the remaining to do their other CIP projects? Or has there been any, to Mike's point about micromanaging, if we're going to bond for this, I would prefer, if we're gonna bond, let's bond, give the parks the money, and then let them make the decision on what they're going to do with it. I think pigeonholing it and saying, we're gonna give this money and you have to do it, you have to do this, the autonomous is, the parks should be able to do with the money what they should want to do.
Without speaking for the park board, I think the first thing that they would say is 750,000 for capital improvements for 23 parks, softball complex, swimming pool, 700 acres is really not a lot. And I think the $500,000 a year for CIP is small compared to what some other cities are. I think that they would ask for more than the 750,000.
When you said that that's small, is that compared to like what is Rock Island, East Moline, Bettendorf, Davenport?
I'm not comparing to the Quad Cities. I'm just talking about in general. What I've seen in other cities have about 15 to 20% of what the overall CIP budget is goes to parks and recreation. I think they would request for more, but I don't want to speak for them.
Okay.
Understood. Thank you. And just to be clear, the park board hasn't come asking for bonding for whatever. They've come asking for a specific project. So points about micromanaging do not apply. They have asked for a specific project. And that's what we have to respond to. Thank you.
Like I said at the beginning, they did vote 7-0 pool, tennis, and the park.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we move to public comments. Is there anyone here for public comment? Yes, Mr. Harrell, please come to the microphone. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Good evening. Dave Harrell, President and CEO of Visit Quad Cities. Mayor, good to be with you and members of council. I know you all have been contemplating and having some discussions about a quality of life issue related to childcare. And what I wanted to do tonight is just kind of give you a little bit of perspective of things that have come across our desks as it relates to the visitor economy and the hospitality industry that we work with really closely. So one of the facts is in our community, and a lot of people don't realize this, but there's 8,270 people that work in the hospitality industry in the Quad Cities. And the propensity for those professionals, one, they're women, and two, they're people of color. And if you look at the industry like holistically, those work schedules are not like the normal 8 to 5. It's very unique because of just what they represent and who they work for. And so I think what the system shock with the pandemic has done, it's impacted a lot of things. Obviously, it's impacted revenues in a lot of different categories. And I think it's challenged us on a lot of different levels, in particular with workforce, talent, how we're kind of moving forward as it relates to getting back to our daily lives. But I think the childcare component has been something that has been really unique and things that we've not only heard from our industry here, but also our counterparts around the nation. And so I wanted to share that perspective with you because I think it's important to note that as we consider things and put ideas onto the table for discussion and certainly consideration, this is an industry that's critically important to our economy. It is something that we need to get back, very quickly. And I think it's something that we need to be creative in the process to do that, because I think it's a talent issue, it's a workforce issue, it's also a quality of life issue. And so we've been working hard with our industry to kind of understand the various nuances and things that are going through the private sector as it relates to the things that they're dealing with. But wanted to share that perspective with you because we hear from our partners literally every week about the various things that they're facing. And this quality of life component is one thing that continues to kind of be a reoccurring theme. So I just wanted to share that information with you because I know you've had some discussions about it, and certainly it's an impact that I think we all just need to be considerate of as it relates to kind of moving forward. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ask David a question.
Alderman Witt?
Yes.
Yeah, so you have the heartbeat of the entire Quad Cities. You're throughout the entire area. Have you seen others that are using their ARP funds for this in the Quad Cities, and at what levels are they doing it? I want to kind of get a gist of kind of how we stack up against.
It's a great question, Alderman Witt. I think every community right now is going through that process, as is Scott County and Rock Island County, in terms of trying to figure out how they're going to reinvest those dollars. And I think each community is different, just like this community is uniquely different. So we haven't necessarily heard of any specificity in terms of things that kind of square up like this, but I think everybody's kind of dealing with it. How are you going to inject some capital into the system to be able to support issues like this? And I think what's unique too is I think the socioeconomics of it, and certainly if you look at the salary structures, I think it impacts everybody. So it's not just one particular category of individual or family. And so it's something that's on our radar. We're continuing to kind of be hopefully connected to it, not only in the Quad Cities, but certainly in Illinois, and Iowa, and nationwide. And as we learn about specific programs, we're more than happy to share that with this body, because I think it's important.
Sure.
Do you think it would be helpful to do, like, if we decide to do it, that do it as like a challenge, appropriate, like say, hey, we're going to do this and challenge the neighboring communities to meet, or do you think that would be?
Can I speak to that? I had a meeting with the Big Seven and which included the counties, and they were not at that point able to jump on board with this, even after we cleared the hurdle of, can you do this with ARPA dollars? I've already asked that question. And people were either already on the road with their ARPA disbursements, like Davenport was ready to go, or they didn't have enough qualified census tracts to include that part of it in there. So I've tried to establish that, and there might be some way to still do it, but I think it's more of a unique thing for Moline at this point.
So nobody else is doing it, is it?
No, but
Okay.
To my knowledge,
Because I think if we do it, we should certainly challenge our neighbors to, because if we wind up then footing the, because I agree with you. I mean, this is a real issue. I want to balance the taxpayers of Moline and the benefit to the entire community, and how we balance that. So.
Yeah, and Alderman, I guess I would answer it just maybe from my perspective. I think sometimes in thinking about the broader region, is something we all need to do in terms of acting and behaving that way. And one of the things that I think is maybe a correlation where I was really proud of this body and the city of Moline for kind of stepping out and leading in public art. And I think there are times when sometimes there are certain communities need to kind of step out and say, hey, we're gonna take this hill because it might be a catalyst, right, for other communities saying, okay, this is a great programmatic thing that actually is effectuating a positive change, and it's shooting a gap. We know thematically we're hearing about it a lot, and so we're hearing that from our partners in the industry and the other communities too. So I think it's going to be a challenge that's going to be here for the long term, and how we address it like collectively and holistically is going to be really important.
Sure.
So thank you for your time. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you so much. Anyone else in the room for public comment? Yes, Mr. Wilbert.
Don Wilbert, 6032 34th Avenue A Court, and Vice President of the Park Board. And my favorite alderman, Mr. Wall.
Favorite constituent to call.
Yeah, that's right. First of all, I want to thank the council for listening to Eric tonight, and I want to share a little bit more history on the pool and some of the projects and some of the costs of the park work. It wasn't that long ago that I was sitting right there where Mr. Schmidt's sitting, back around the year 2000, and Alderman Canont at the time and Public Works Director Waldron at the time, and Alderman O'Brien at the time. All approved a aquatic center that was reduced in scale. If the lazy river was taken out, the diving well was taken out, those were the things that would have really made the money. But at the time, we had a parks director that thought, you know, we don't want to go and ask for too much money. And the city administrator at that particular time said, tell me what you want and we'll get it bonded with the street program. Well, we cut short. And now you see what we have. Aquatic center that quite honestly does not work and does not make revenue that we wished it would have. We said we would come back and we would catch that at a later date. Well, we're just about ready to reach the end of that bond. 20 years later, and it still hasn't come. This is something that you've got an opportunity to make a legacy for yourself as far as I'm concerned with the aquatic center, the tennis courts, which as mentioned, have been repaired numerous times. And quite honestly, we can't have any kind of tournaments there because of the condition of the courts. We're trying to take care of our park system the best we can. At that time, back in 2000, we replaced a playground up at Stevens Park. It was $67,000. I remember it distinctly because I thought, holy smoke, $67,000. Well, we're looking at doing that one again, and I want to say 150, 200,000 for that same caliber of playground equipment. We have over the years, with the capital money that we have been given, we've been able to replace all the playground equipment. We've got a couple left. One's getting done this year, Karsten's, and then we move on to start all over again, if you will, at Stevens. But we've been able to rejuvenate and renew our parks. We're keeping them cleaner, we're keeping them fresher, we're keeping them up to date. We've done great things down at Green Valley with the dugouts and tarps. The fields themselves are immaculate. So I just ask the council to take that into consideration when they're voting and give us the opportunity to do an even better job and make you look good with an excellent facility down at Riverside. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment? Okay, I do have two emails to read. One is from Trish Engel. I'm not sure if this is appropriate forum to address my concerns about the 16th Street corridor, but here it goes. I've reached out to Renew Moline about expanding their footprint to include 16th Street, and she said at this time it wasn't in the plan. I read the city received millions of dollars in funding to make improvements and help small businesses, but it appears a good chunk is going toward improvements downtown, which already receives attention from other organizations such as Renew Moline. I own Knees Florist. Our store on 15th Street Place has been there since 1901. The entire corridor between John Deere Road to downtown needs help. We need to invest money into the businesses located in this corridor, not just downtown. I'd love to move to a newer, revitalized location downtown that gets all the attention from improvements, but it's not feasible, especially since we've been in the same location for 120 years. The sidewalks, the rundown buildings, all of it needs attention. I'm happy to help or serve on a board if one were to exist to make this area look nicer. There are many businesses that would benefit from these improvements. Tricia Engel. And the second is from Ron Kluwer. Mayor and Moline Council members, I'm Ron Kluwer, Illinois Market President for Gorman and Company, a community developer with 3 affordable housing developments in Moline. Thank you for the opportunity to provide remarks on the benefits of affordable housing through a cross-sector approach that holistically addresses the social determinants of health. Affordable housing is often misunderstood, so it's probably wise to take a moment to indicate a Moline family of 4 living on $45,780 or less qualifies for affordable housing, as does a single individual earning less than $30,000 annually. Affordable housing limits mean that those 2 examples above will pay no more than 30% of their income in rent. The example family at less than $1,145 a month in rent, or the single at no more than $750 in rent. Any values above that mean residents need to consider not paying for services like healthcare, healthier foods, car repairs, etc., that drive or affect their health outcomes. The social determinants include the quality and safety of that home or neighborhood in which they choose to or must live. The social determinants of health are the conditions in the communities where people are born, live, learn, work, play, worship, and age that affect a wide range of health, functioning, and quality of life outcomes and risks. They include things like access to quality health care that can directly affect one's health outcomes. However, they also include access to dependable childcare and dependable transportation, among other items. When we speak of these social determinants, they are far from what most consider health issues. They are the integrated pieces of living that will determine the quality of one's life, its duration, and the possible cost to other human services or safety net programs. Rock Island County ranks 43rd in health outcomes when compared to our state's 102 counties and 70th on the list for health factors. Health factors are those social determinants of health items we want to discuss as they drive the 70th place ranking and the most risk to taxpayer budgets. These factors include health behaviors, example, smoking, clinical care, social and economic factors, example, education and employment, and the physical environment, example, access to affordable housing. When affordable housing is obtained, we see strain on a family reduce and some improvement in a family's overall well-being and health outcomes. However, when we match affordable housing with a cross-sector approach to addressing other individual or family needs by connecting access to the use of supports like clinics for preventive care, stable transportation, and stable childcare, we can see significant increases in health outcomes and resident well-being. This translates to higher incomes and more desirability by employers. For this reason, we have committed to providing supportive services through partners and our own staff in every Illinois property we lead the development of. We desire to work with communities who understand that bolstering support of and investments in access to these supportive services aligned around affordable housing investments is essential. We desire to work with these communities because these are communities we know, as the evidence shows, have a desire to grow because they invest in their residents so that they and their community collectively achieve a higher quality of life. Our work is no longer about providing bricks and sticks that hold a roof over one's head. As a socially conscious and responsible community developer, our job is to ensure that an affordable home provides some respite, but also provides entree to coordinated services that ensure residents have access to those contributing health driving factors so that they are able to achieve a healthier life. Through this approach, our residents can increase their income and know they are contributing not only to their own life successes, but to those in the communities in which they choose to live. As you consider how you may spend your ARPA/stimulus funds, I encourage you to consider where there are gaps in services like childcare, public transit, and affordable housing, places the council has policy authority, and invest them to make a difference that can last generations and move Moline upward on the county health rankings list. Thank you for your time and attention. Ron Kluwer, Illinois Market President. All right, so that is public comment, and we move to questions on the agenda. Please note items number 8 and number 11 on the CAL agenda have been pulled by staff. So we move to our agenda items. Number 1, issuance of general obligation bonds for pension funding purposes and for the renovation of the Riverside Family Aquatic Center. Ms. Barnes, or is Mr. Vitas going to speak for you?
Yep.
Go ahead.
I'll start it off. Thank you, Your Honor. For council's consideration tonight is the first reading of an ordinance authorizing the issuance of GO bonds for the pension funding purposes as well as the renovation for the Riverside Family Aquatic Center. The ordinance authorizes issuance of the following 2 bond issues. $90,575,000 of taxable general obligation pension bonds, Series 2021C, not to exceed $100 million. The second is for $7.1 million of general obligation general corporate purpose bonds, Series 2021D, for the Riverside Park improvements. And Anthony Maselli from Spear Financial is here tonight, and he's going to give a very brief review of the bond issues, and then I'm going to follow up with a very brief summary as well of the 2 issues.
Can you please put them on screen for us? Thank you.
Anthony going to share his screen?
Yes.
Great, I'm here. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. And I will share my screen just very quickly here. Good evening, and I'll be brief with this presentation, and then we'll open it up to questions, as I'm sure there are some. But I just talk about a few of the changes from the last presentation as we've kind of honed this in, and some of the market updates that there have been. You'll see on your screen the pension obligation analysis that we have discussed in the past relating to the authorization of the 2021 C bonds. What I will do is I will flip first to page 5, which is the funding target. Last we met, it was discussed that we were going to look at targeting a funding level of 85% for both pension plans. So what this page does is, using the January 1st, 2021 actuarial report, it shows what the required funding for both police and fire pension plans is to get to that 85% level. I note that this is as of that January 1st, 2021 report, and through the course of the issuance of bonds, we will work with Lauterbach and Ymca to get a true up of this number using the current market value of assets. So we're getting an accurate read of the current funding levels and funding as close as we can to that 85% at the time of issuance. Right now, using the assumptions we have, the total contribution needed for 85% funding is just over $89 million, approximately $89.5 million. With that, this is an update of the pension obligation bond analysis, targeting the $89.5 million of funding. As you'll see, have annual debt service on the pension obligation bond issue of just under $6 million per year over that 20-year amortization period. The remaining payment to the pension plans ranges from about $2.9 million to $5.4 million. Assumed savings under current assumptions is just over 61, almost $62 million, or 41 million on a present value basis, 46% PV savings. Here is the chart that we have seen in the past, with the purple line representing current payments to the pension plan, the blue bars being normal costs, which continue for the life of the plan. The green are the pension obligation bond payments, and the red is the remaining unfunded liability payments. With that, let me figure out how to stop sharing my screen, which I cannot do.
That's okay, we can see you in the way that things are on the, oh.
Okay, perfect. So, and I'll notch, because I think half of my screen's, oh, there we go. So tonight you're having the first reading of the ordinance for the 2021 C bonds, and included in that ordinance is the 2021 D bonds. Speaking specifically to the C bonds, this is a parameters ordinance. So what you're doing tonight is first reading. Things can certainly change, and I'll kind of discuss some of the parameters that are being set. But we are going to be, you'll be approving at the November 9th meeting an ordinance that will set out certain parameters for us to go forward with the sale of the bonds, which is why what we have here is a not to exceed par amount of $100 million. We would not issue up to the not to exceed, we'll only issue up to what we need to fund to that 85% level as directed. We also have a number of parameters about the term length of the bonds, not to exceed a final maturity of 2041, maximum interest rates on the bonds. Also, the potential use of a stabilization fund should one want to be funded. And finally, I think most importantly, we have a not to exceed all-inclusive true interest costs, so a not to exceed essentially the total cost of this financing will not exceed 3.5%. Now, right now, we're looking at a little bit under 3% in current market rates. So this ordinance, if approved on November 9th, would allow us to issue the bonds so long as we do not exceed 3.5%. And I think this is important because this being a pension obligation bond, the level of risk goes up as the interest rates on the bond goes up, because again, we're borrowing money to invest. So the higher the cost of the financing, the more potential risk. So it's important for City Council to agree on a maximum rate that we're willing to put into that ordinance, which allows us to issue the bonds. As mentioned, currently what's in the first reading is 3.5%. We can change that by the time we get to the potential adoption on November 9th. On the 2021 D issue for the parks, again, that is also being set up as not to exceed numbers. That's why the par amount is listed as $7.1 million. If the project were to be set at $7 million, we would only issue enough in bonds to achieve that $7 million in project proceeds. And again, same sort of parameters, not to exceed a final maturity of 2041, not to exceed a max interest rate and a minimum purchase price as directed. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or go into any more detail.
Any questions from Mr. Maselli, Mr. Went?
What are you seeing out there? I know that you put the 3.5. Honestly, that concerns me, the creep. Are any others putting 3.25, or what have you been seeing out there recently?
Yeah, I'll tell you that East Moline actually priced today, and they were right around 3.5%. I think they had a target of not to exceed 3.75, if I'm not mistaken. This is a not to exceed. So we've got to certainly be aware that we do not want to go up to that 3.5. But do we want to be in a position where we've set it at 3.25, and when we go to price, it's 3.29, and we've got to now go back to City Council for approval? So I'm not saying that 3.5 is the right number. That was the number that I think Carol and I decided to start with, and then look for your guidance on what you all feel comfortable with. Again, I ran this before I put this presentation together, which was only a few days ago, and we were estimating it's still under 3%. We saw last week Treasury rates tick up. The 10-year's now above 1.5. When we first started talking about this, it was closer to 1.3 or below. That has settled down. We've had a number of successful pricings this week, but these things take some time to materialize. And right now, looking at my timeline, we're not pricing until early to mid-November. So again, I think the 3.5 is achievable. I just don't know what the market holds between now and when we lock in rates.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions? We'll turn it to you, Ms. Barnes.
And I'll be brief. I just wanted to do a real broad summary of both of the issues. Again, the $90.575 million of taxable GO bonds will have a 20-year maturity. We are projecting a 2.85% true interest cost and an average projected principal and interest payments of just under the $6 million. And the P&I will be paid through the city's debt service fund with a property tax levy or through other available city funds. So this year, when we adopt the budget for 22, you will actually see a debt service levy, which we have not seen for a while. Again, the levy rates in total are not going up, but there's going to be a shift in some of the levies. And then I also wanted to point out, as outlined in Section 2 of the attached ordinance, these GO bonds shall not be included in the computation of the general obligation debt under the city's current debt capacity guidelines. And again, this is just for the pension obligation portion, because We talked with our bond counsel, and he said we can do that as an exception to our current policy. Then looking at our the Aquatic Center bonds, again, we are looking at issuing $7.1 million of the GO General Corporate Purpose Bonds. Again, they will have a 20-year maturity, projected true interest cost at 2.35%. And again, that's because they are not taxable. And an average principal and interest payments of about $445,000. That $445,000 will be funded out of the debt service fund and will be paid through home rule sales tax or in combination with other city revenue. Issuing these bonds will free up about a minimum of $750,000 of planned CIP projects that the Park Board has currently allocated towards pool and tennis court improvements over the next several years. So that will have a positive impact on that. I did want to also point out that the first year of principal and interest payments on these Aquatic Center bonds, as proposed in the upcoming budget with Bob and I, we've talked about transferring the first year of P&I from the general fund reserves, because we have excess reserves. So that will keep that flat as far as money coming from the home rule sales tax. The remaining years of principal and interest would be coming out of the home rule sales tax. As Eric had mentioned, we do have $1.5 million of debt dropping off in 2023. And of that amount, of the 1.5 million, this would be taking approximately a third of that amount for quality of life projects. And then the remaining 2/3, or a little over $1 million, would still remain that could go back into the regular CIP program, or the council could even consider issuing bonds for those amounts. And then just a couple final comments. The mayor and the city administrator and we met with both of the police and fire pension boards on September 27th. We wanted to give them an opportunity to hear what council was considering and to answer any questions that they may have. And during that course of the hour, again, it was with both boards together. They gave their full support for council moving forward with issuing the pension obligation bonds. And staff also met with the park board on September the 23rd, and we reviewed the bond structure for the Aquatic Center. And again, the park board moved in favor and in full support of the council issuing these bonds. Both bonds are being sold together, as we had talked a few weeks back, in an effort to save on issuance costs. The bond issues will be negotiated sales in an effort to provide the opportunity to sell the bonds under the most favorable terms. The second reading of the ordinance will be held on November the 9th, with bond pricing the week of November 15th and a projected closing date of December 15th. And we anticipate a review with Moody's credit rating the week of November 3rd. So when we're in the middle of our budget review, we're also going to be trying to plan for our Moody's credit review. And I wanted to point out that between now and the second reading, again, which is on November 9th, my understanding is that Eric plans to have some community meetings to get input from the public regarding the pool project. And the ordinance can be updated to reflect any input that we get from the community. And we would incorporate that into the second reading of that ordinance on November 9th. And then just to point out that we do need 6 affirmative votes on November 9th to proceed.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Wentz.
I move to accept, I want to bifurcate this a little bit, the Series 2021C bonds as proposed by staff.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
So that's the pension portion. Let's do that first and then do the other second.
There's been a motion and a second.
I'm
I
sorry.
have
who's the
Alderman
second?
Wendt and Alderman Moyer.
Thank you.
Discussion? Mr. Wendt?
So I think this is, obviously, we've talked about this before. The savings is immense. I think that it opens up a lot of flexibility with our property tax levy and what we can do with that to fund parks and library. I am a little nervous about the creeping up of the top. I'd like to keep it under the 3.25 or 3.3, but we can adjust that as we move forward. But I really think that this is a good long-term strategy for the city of Moline as it pertains to pension funding.
Anyone else? Mr. Timian?
Is the motion really more that we're separating the two? But if they are both approved, they would still be gone to market as the same bond.
It's consolidated, yes.
Yep.
Okay. Any more comments, questions? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. So we have the other bond issue, the Aquatic Center issued it.
Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the second bond issuance
Second.
All right.
for the Aquatic
Motion
Center.
for the Aquatic Center, thank you. Motion by Alderman Weldon, seconded by Alderman Schmidt. Any comments, discussions? Mr. Schmidt?
I think that what we have in our aquatic center right now is not serving our community, and that we have an opportunity here to put an aquatic center back downtown. As the park board, Mr. Welbert spoke, that can attract people, and that's something that, growing up in the Quad Cities was always a big draw and a big part of what made Moline a special place, especially for kids. And I think that makes us, it helps in so many facets of what we're trying to do on attracting people and being a strong place to be. So I just think this is something that we need to take action, and I think this does it in a way that allows us to move this project forward and have a lasting impact on the community.
Anyone else? Mr. Moyer?
Thank you. I like the plan. I mean, I think it's a wonderful thing. I have two issues. The first is I'm just, as I look at it, I often wonder what might happen with air-conditioned schools. I wonder how they come up with the number of the increased attendance. Are we going to end up having a summertime amenity that has not a whole lot of use because there's more kids spending more time in schools during the summer? And I just wonder if are we going to have an increased attendance for, excuse me, for a couple years, and then it's no longer the new thing, and we're just kind of searching for something else. I also am curious what the public input might be, because we have a lot of other opportunities. We talk about the downtown river park, we talk about other park improvements, and if we do this thing, are we foregoing other opportunities? Not just in parks, but in other areas. And so I guess my question is how does this particular thing fit in with all the other things that we might want to bond for? And so I guess I'm not comfortable with the 7 million until I know how it fits in the bigger picture.
Anyone else? Mr. Macias?
Well, I can tell you, I remember Wacky Waters, what Don was mentioning. We really, as a father of 4 kids who love swimming, I can tell you this is not just a decision about, well, are we gonna take away from this for that? It's about placemaking for me. It's about a place that kids and families can enjoy. And I want people to say, you know what, I want to move to Moline because there is a really cool pool. It's like a water park. Have that kind of conversation. Right now, we really are at a disadvantage with our neighbors. We don't have any slides. And I can tell you from the families that I speak to, and I've talked about having a water park. I feel this city could have a nice destination like this. We got to take a step forward, be unique, and to me, it's worth it. If we're gonna be able to pack that place and get people going back to the pool, it's worth it. Have people talking about Moline, coming here for a weekend, when people come into town, family. I think this would be a great destination, and we need more of those amenities. So that's my opinion on that.
Mr. Timian?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a few things I'd like to say. I do appreciate the photos of the Riverside water slide. I lived for Carbon Cliff in the first 10 years of my life, and we came here to swim. The public pool over there was the UT High School. It was not adequate. This was the destination. When I moved back here about 5 years ago, it was not the destination. I have not been to that pool. I went to tennis lessons at Riverside. I went swimming there. I did the summer program there as a kid. That was the pool to go to, and we do not have that anymore. We have an opportunity to reestablish that. The second point I'd like to make is that the public pools disproportionately affect minority and poor people in our community. It is oftentimes their only access to swimming amenities. And I think that needs to be heavily considered. The message that we send to the most vulnerable in our communities about where we spend our money. And third, and I think very importantly for the Fourth Ward, is that entire neighborhood between 4th and 5th Avenue, what we have referred to as University Village, would be, and it is part of TIF 1 as well, it is actually affected by improvements like this. It makes the neighborhood more attractive, it potentially raises property values, and could help spur development, not only in that section, but all of the areas between the university and downtown. So for that, I will absolutely be supporting this. Thank you, Your Honor.
Other hands? Yes, Mr. Williams.
I just wanted to ask Eric, how does this proposal stack up with the neighboring communities?
So some of the amenities that we looked at in this presentation, other cities don't have. So one of the biggest questions that came up during Park Board and during the pool study was, why not do also a deep end with diving boards and whatnot? The cost of a diving well, so not an area where you would swim in, just where there'd be 2 diving boards, roughly $800,000 to $1.2 million. And that's what you can get for a lazy river. There is no other swimming pool facility in the Quad Cities that has a lazy river. So that's, and then with the water slides, everyone's been talking about the water slides. We want to make sure that they're built higher and obviously safe, but higher than the previous ones to make sure that when people drive by, they see those 2 water slides and they say, wow, that's the wow factor of this facility. So like, for example, Rock Island has water slides. They also have a deep end, but nobody else has a lazy river. And I think that would be, and also a lazy river will attract all different ages, where with the diving area, it's only people that are able to tread water and swim. So I think that's kind of our niche, especially with the facility that we have right now, only goes up to 5 feet. So I think we're trying to play off to the strengths of what other cities don't have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Went?
Thank you. So I want to give a little bit of context here. Clearly, I've worked with Eric, and I've been a proponent of the pickleball courts, and we worked together on Stevens Park to increase amenities in the parks. And I think those quality of life things are so important to our community, but those things were financed in a different way. I think it's important, and you've heard me say it while we were going through strategic planning and everything. We have not had a conversation as a council to prioritize really anything. We've got our strategic plan that has a list of 87 things that we all want, but in this position, you have to make hard decisions. You can't do everything. You've got to say, this is more important than that. And so when we're talking about the bonding of this, we have to recognize that this $1.5 million that is coming off of debt obligation. I was on the council before. We worked really hard to reduce our debt to free that up. That is coming from home rule tax. Home rule tax, when it comes in, it is split 60-40. 40% goes into general fund, and 60% by design was put into CIP to be used for streets, to be used for sidewalks, to be used for those. Also for the police station. I mean, some capital improvement things, and in some situations into large things like this. So it's not that it's inappropriate to be using for that, but we have to realize that this money that is becoming freed up, we've been talking, and we know that from talking with the community, while, you know, the people I've talked with, I hear roads all the time. I hear sidewalks. I hear bike paths. I hear a waterfront park. I hear the I-74 corridor. I hear all of those things. It is rare that I hear the pool is the most important thing if we need to buy. So we need to understand that if we're going to do this, we're taking money away from streets. Potentially, we're taking away from other projects that we're doing. And if we decide that we want to bond, we are about $20 million in capacity that's coming off. We're taking a third of it to do this. I think things that we have coming up that are non-negotiable are the acquiring of the land under I-74. We have no idea what that's going to cost us. Is it going to cost us $1 million an acre? Are they going to give it to us for free? We don't know. The Riverfront Park, we've been talking about making that the gem of the Quad Cities. It is going to be in the shadow of the brand new bridge. It is going to be our downtown entrance into the riverfront. I think we talked about Schwiebert Park and those sorts of things. You're talking $10 to $20 million just for a park like that. You know, we've been, you know, I talk with people, you know, whether it's South Park Sports Complex, whether it's the one-stop shop, which is a couple $1 million, expansion of the public works, bonding for additional road work, connecting ourselves to our neighboring communities to provide them water. I mean, there's a lot of things, bonding capacity, that we have not had the conversation of, if we've got 20 million, what do we want to spend it on? But what we're doing is we're making a decision right now that a third of it, we're not going to have access to anymore. And if that's the decision we make, that's fine. But we have to recognize that we can't do everything, and that this may put us in a position down the road when we want to do that wonderful park, that either we're going to have to wind up bonding for higher than, you know, and increase our debt limit, increase taxes, affect our Moody's. You know, we talked about East Moline. This is some of the stuff that they've done, and now they're paying a much higher rate because their credit rating is so much lower, because their debt to revenue level is so much higher. And so these are the things that we need to ascertain and have the conversation. I am not against this. I'm against doing this now without us having had a conversation about what our priorities are and where we want to spend the money. So I am going to vote against this evening, not because I don't think that we should do this. I don't think that we've had a conversation of where this fits into the priorities of the other things we know and want to accomplish in this town, like roads, like sidewalks, you know. And so if we have that conversation and this is one wins out, I'm all 100% for it. We just have not had the process to have those conversations about those important things that we know we have to do, that we have the opportunity to do because this debt is coming off. And I just have concerns about how we're running things and not actually being goal-oriented and putting priorities together.
Did someone have their hand up? Mr. Waldron.
We talk about a lot of things. We converse, we talk about bonds, we talk about 90 million for police and pensions. As you sit here, you have to have some courage. Our forefathers, some of them are sitting back there in those back seats, had courage to build that library. What do we all think about that library? What do we think about that police station? What do we think about the public works facility? What do we think about our pool? We don't think much of our pool. But those other ones, the people had the courage to bond for all those things. I'm asking you to have that courage to make that pool a statement pool, something the city can be proud of. We talked about our goals. I didn't offer a lot about our goals, but our goals were number 2 was quality of life. And it's the first item that's come up, and I believe you've got to have the courage to vote for it.
Thank you. I'd like
Thank you,
to
Honor.
contribute to the conversation as well. You are correct. I agree. There is an extraordinary amount of courage needed to take big votes on big dollars. And there will always be two fundamentally different approaches to how to invest in our communities. I have experience bonding for $22.2 or $4 million in a very responsible way in the school system that has resulted in an amazing PE facility, amazing air conditioning at that school, lighting, and many more improvements that are drawing people to this community. They have increased the number of pupils in the district in this last year. And there's more coming, many transfers from private schools as well. This is not this is not by accident, is what I'm saying. And so when we can bond in a responsible way, and I truly believe our staff would not be recommending an irresponsible way of bonding, and we have a strategic plan that speaks to 3 major pillars, quality of place, and this fits into that in a major way, and we know we have population loss for the last 10 years, we have got to have things in our community that make people want to come here, whether they live here, or they play here, or they stay here for the weekend. And for me, this is a courageous vote for you all to take. If I have to weigh in, I'm certainly happy to do that. I don't believe that there's anything wrong with the process of going to the community next in between these dates before November 9th. But I will say the community has spoken in the last 6 months. They have spoken to a new way of doing things where you don't hold back time after time after time and not have community and economic development directors, not have staff here to do things, hold back, hold back, hold back out of fear. They want to see something done. And they told us that at multiple listing posts. They've told us that in the surveys. It's time to just make a decision and stick to your guns. So is there any other commentary or questions? Hearing none, vote roll call. All in favor of this motion to bond? Is that where we're at? Correct?
Somebody have
Do we
to
have
make
a motion?
Yes.
Did I miss
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So we do have a motion in support of this bonding issue. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
We will do a roll call just to be clear.
Alderman Went,
Nay.
Timian,
Aye.
Moyer,
Nay.
Waldron,
Aye.
Schmidt,
Aye.
Williams,
Aye.
Macias.
Aye.
5 ayes, 2 nays.
All right, that motion passes. Thank you very much. Number 2, declaration of surplus vehicle. Mr. Vitas?
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. I'm glad to be a part of this, and what a great debate tonight. It was actually kind of interesting to sit from the outside looking in and get a perspective on how we look and how we function, and we look great. I'll just share that with you. So getting to the first item on the agenda, it's a resolution that would declare Unit 362, which is a 2009 Ford van, as surplus property, and authorizing our fleet and facilities manager to dispose of the vehicle in accordance with legal processes, whether by sealed bid, auction, negotiation, or otherwise.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Alderman Waldron, seconded by Alderman Went. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. Number 3, top roofing contract for fire training center roof.
Thank you, Mayor. Before you was a resolution that would authorize the mayor and the city clerk to execute and attest a contract with Top Roofing in the amount of $14,400 to replace the roof at the fire department over the training center.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Alderman Went, seconded by Alderman Moyer. Any discussion?
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Waldron.
Chief, what's our long-term goal with that training facility, the old station there by Riverside Park? Is it still, how often are you guys using it?
The second alarm, the house there now and have been twice.
Can't hear the chief.
Come to the microphone, please.
I forget. Sorry, sir. The second alarmers are housed in that building and they have been for, since we closed it, essentially as a fire station. So you're talking nearly 30 years now. So there are no really long-range plans. We do use some of the grounds for some of our training, and we have utilized the building. But essentially, it's where we house a lot of our reserve equipment and the second alarmers equipment at this time.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Number 4, swap loader hoist purchase.
Yes, Mayor, this would be a resolution that would authorize our fleet and facilities managers to purchase a forklift hoist and accessories for Unit 806 from Swap Loader USA in the amount of $32,710.50. And this is based upon the Utilities Department's decisions that they would like to move forward with utilizing roll-off dumpsters to haul sludge for their operations.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Alderman Waldron, seconded by Alderman Wendt. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Number 5, acceptance of a warranty deed from Two Rivers YMCA Inc. for the Safe Routes to School project.
Yes, we have been, Mayor, we have been in discussions in council with the Two Rivers YMCA to acquire the property in question so that the Safe Routes to School funded project located at 48th Street and Southwest 48th Street and between Woodrow Wilson Middle School would allow us to construct a sidewalk at that location as a part of that project.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion by Alderman Wendt, seconded by Alderman Waldron. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion passes. Number 6, request for a street light at 47th Street between 26th and 27th Avenue.
Not much to say on this one tonight, Mayor and Council. This meets with our street lighting policy, and we're recommending approval of the placement of that light.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Alderman Waldron, seconded by Alderman Wendt. Question, Mr. Schmidt.
Yeah, I am just not, I'm not totally following the fiscal impact category where it's saying what, I'm not sure what the cost of this is versus what the line item is coming, I'm just not following.
Costs are typically $70 to $90 annually. It's paid for out of Public Works utility budget, basically. All of our street lights, all of our roadway lights are all paid out of this through a Mid-American Energy bill that comes to us.
But what about the actual install?
Mid-American installs it, they maintain the light. It's theirs, we just pay the electrical bill on it. It's $70, $90 annually typically.
Easy, thank you.
Yep.
Anything else? Hearing none,
Good question.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Number 7, Mid-American Energy Company request for underground electrical easement at 12th Street and 4th Avenue.
Yes, we're looking, Madam Mayor and the members of the council, looking for authorization to go ahead and allow a Mid-American Energy Company to provide for underground service at this location because of the amount of overhead that is at that location. They actually need to go underground. So it is their request to do that. We're recommending approval.
Move to approve.
Motion by Alderman Wendt,
Second.
second by Alderman Waldron. Any questions? Mr. Wendt?
Yeah, so is all of the overhead going underground? What, help me understand what's happening here. It references that in there, but.
Yeah, the overhead power lines for the Mid-American that go underground from west of the Q, heading 4th Avenue past Mercado, eventually get past Mercado and all that. I think it's part of the development down there that Jack Lott is doing on the corner to get overhead utilities underground, but this is starting further north.
So will that not just Mid-American, but everything else, telephone?
I believe so. I'm sure to get everything underneath, but I'm not 100% sure if AT&T and anybody else that might be on those poles would have to go. If Mid-American doesn't have the poles there, I believe they would do something different as well.
Can we make sure that when they open it up, they actually fill it in a timely manner? It's all over the town.
Sure.
Thank you. Other questions, Mr. Schmidt?
This may be my second silly question for you, Joe, but I just presume, because it's mentioned we would not then be able to build there, obviously, we don't have any plans or intention to build there, correct?
We don't have any intention to build on that lot, no. This is
And,
just,
and if we decided to change our mind, we just would have to build further back in the lot, basically?
yeah, typically, and this is within that offset or
Right.
you know, your offset anyway.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Your Honor,
Oh, yes, Mr. Walden.
just for my own peace of mind. I thought we had a agreement with Mid-American that they were required to put everything underground from here on out. Is that only for new installation or is that for existing?
I am unsure of that. I'm not aware of that.
And the reason I bring that up is it seems odd for them to ask us if we have that requirement already.
And they're asking us for an easement because the right of way is too congested. They can't get their utilities there, so we're allowing an easement on our property, further into our property as an easement, so they can get the installed.
Okay.
Mr. Went?
But to that point, can we get a clarification on that? Because I've been confused on what our agreement is with them for repairs, for new construction and everything. Because I was told at one point,
The gentleman that just left here might know,
oh yeah, he probably had to.
because he was the one, I think, at the time that negotiated.
All right, so we would like you to bring back just a review for us on what our agreement is with Mid-American.
Sure.
Thank you. Anything further on this item? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Number 9, festival grant for the sesquicentennial celebration. Mr. Vitas.
Yes, I'm pleased to present this resolution to the mayor and to the council that would give us authority to go ahead and make application with the Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity for the state of Illinois to apply for a tourism attraction and festival grant in an amount of up to $250,000, depending upon what they award. Our request would be for the full amount, and that we would use matching funds from the city in order to conduct our sesquicentennial celebration next August, the week of the 22nd, to celebrate the 150th anniversary of the incorporation of the city of Moline. So we're looking for approval to submit the grant.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Alderman Went, seconded by Alderman Moyer. Okay, thank you. Any discussion, questions? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Number 10, USPS lease extension Midtown ramp parking lot. Mr. Vita.
Yes, in this case, Mayor and members of council, we're looking for authorization to extend the existing lease agreement with the United States Postal Service for up to 90 days, which would basically take it through the end of the current calendar year, which would allow the United States Postal Service additional time to work with the city and its legal counsel to conclude our lease discussions and negotiations. And during that time frame, the current lease amounts would continue to be paid. I will note that even through the pandemic, they never stopped paying the entire time.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion approved by Alderman Went, seconded by Alderman Timian. Any discussion, questions? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Number 11, Depot Clock, oh, that is pulled, sorry. Number 12, Police Department Audiovisual System. Is that you?
Yes, I'd like, Madam Mayor, the resolution before you would authorize Chief of Police Gall to execute an agreement with Conference Technologies, Inc., to do an upgrade to the audiovisual systems in the community room of the police department. The reason for that is that the equipment is out of date. It's no longer, some of it's no longer serviceable, and even the wiring is not current with the current technologies going forward. So we're looking to award this contract using PEG funds to Conference Technologies, Inc., based upon their proposal.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Alderman Moyer, seconded by Alderman Williams. Any questions, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. I believe we do have two other items, Mr. Vita.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. I would like to bring up two items. The easier one of the two, or actually they're both easy, would be through Jeff Manis, we did receive a request from the Quad City Storm to install their official flags on River Drive leading up to their opening event or their opening game, and welcoming them back to the Tax Slayer Center Arena. And we would be placing those flags on River Drive where the current American flags are, and it would be every other flag, thereby leaving one American flag up and then having the Quad City Storm flags up in their place. This would be just during the month of October. And then as the season comes to an end and as the weather becomes inclement, we will be removing those flags along River Drive so that they're not damaged by the winter.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Alderman Schmidt, seconded by Alderman Went. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
The next item, Mayor, that I would like to bring up is the broadband project that the city has been engaged in for quite some time. As you know, at the last meeting, the mayor and the council authorized the retention of a consultant to work with my office and with legal counsel to ensure that we negotiate a good agreement for the city for its broadband project, serving all properties within the city of Moline. Since that last meeting and immediately afterwards, we received communication from the president of Geneseo Communications Corporation requesting that they receive further consideration and evaluation by the consultant going forward. I have no objection to that, and I would welcome the opportunity for our consultant to at least look at the other proposal or review the file to ensure that the direction that we're taking is the correct direction. So it would just expand the scope of work for our consultant, not to exceed the $25,000 as originally indicated.
So that's the motion. Do we have a?
Yeah, I have a motion to expand the scope that you had sent out to include, to review all other submittals and the entire file, and take that into consideration on their report back to us on how to move forward.
Second.
All right, so we've got, is that an amendment to what he just said, just to be clear?
But he had provided a scope with like 4
Right.
bullet points, and what I'd like to do is add that to that scope that he had
So you're amending.
provided. I think I just summarized what he had said.
Okay, so we're just doing one motion, we don't have to do an
Yeah,
amendment. and a motion. Got it. All right, so that was motion by Went, seconded by Schmidt. Discussion.
You're on.
Yes, Mr. Walton?
Bob, will that affect the timeline at all from the consultant? Is he going to be able to stay on time?
Well, we don't have a specific timeline, Alderman, but what we do have is we have a meeting set up with a consultant that was recommended by Ansel and Glink, a company in the Schaumburg area here in Illinois that has been at the front line of all things fiber, all things cable for the past 30 years here in Illinois. And we do have a meeting between myself, Adam Simon, and Margaret coming up, I believe, around the October 15th timeframe, if I'm not mistaken, and at least start initial discussions with this gentleman. If this is a scope that he would be comfortable with, then we would recommend retaining him and moving forward. If he's not comfortable with the scope or the project, then we have a list of 9 other consultants that was prepared previously that we could reach out to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we move to our informationals, bid incentive program, Mr. Timian.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can I get a primer on how to use this? Is it forward, backward, right,
One
left?
second, I'm gonna share that screen so they can see it.
Just push the worn out button.
Yeah, I think that's the forward button. Yeah.
So right will advance.
All right, so. Am I holding
Do you
it
have to
upside down?
point to this one or that one? I thought it was this one.
In this direction.
No, no.
Eric, did you turn it off by chance?
It has a full battery and a LCD going,
Okay,
so.
but it's on. The right button.
Is this right? I'm hoping.
Left.
All right, it's not just me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, probably not the best person, but
Eric broke it.
Sure, goes right back to the park.
There we go. So this one. You want to talk about the parks again?
All right,
more
thank
money.
you. Thank you for the help across the board. I'm here tonight, Council and Your Honor, to talk about the responsible bidder ordinance and the idea of bid incentives. Just as a review for people at home watching this, what is a responsible bidder ordinance? Well, basically, it is a policy that sets the minimum requirements for a contractor that is bidding on a publicly funded project in the jurisdiction. So it's our way of saying if you're doing a project for the city with taxpayer funds, these are the bare minimum requirements that we expect you to adhere to in order to be considered for the project. Now, Moline's responsible bidder ordinance, or RBO, was passed in February of this year, and with it came a number of great things. We are ensuring that our partners pay prevailing wage or equal opportunity employers. They have OSHA training, that all of the workers are documented and verified to work in the United States, and that the company itself belongs to an apprenticeship program approved by the United States Department of Labor. There are a few other things as well that we put on there that are a little bit harder to enforce, that they show a record of compliance as being an equal opportunity employer, that they commit to employing and hiring local workers with a strong preference for Moline. And of course, we can use past performance as an indicator, but there is no real metric in the ordinance about these. And it has been brought to our attention, rightfully so, that there is an apprenticeship loophole. And really basic version of this is that we require that the company belong to an apprenticeship program, but the program doesn't actually have to produce graduates. In other words, it can be a paper-only program. And this, I think we've all expressed in one form or another, violates the intention of the requirement, which is that the company itself is engaging in practices that not only produce higher quality work, but also help build the local workforce. Something we can all agree with is the benefits of apprenticeship are these things that I've mentioned: higher quality work, local workforce development, and that by allowing these companies to belong to an apprenticeship program that does not actually train people, we're really kind of skirting past the entire intention of the requirement itself. So we are not the first ever to attempt to fix this loophole. And in my research, I've looked far and wide across Illinois, Wisconsin, and Indiana to see what our neighbors have done. And I have found 4 ways that they have attempted to fix this. And I'm going to go through them quickly and kind of talk about the pros and cons of each one. The first is that the program itself, there's language by a number of communities, is active or bona fide. That's really the big difference between what we have now and what they have. The downside of this is that the words active and bona fide are never actually defined. So we're back to square one with the exact same loophole again. The next one is that the program has a certain number of graduates over a period of time. And I took Douglas County, Wisconsin, because they had the most precise example of this. And in other words, a paper-only apprenticeship program has graduates. And to ensure that they have graduates, they graduate a certain number over a certain period of time. And this is very similar to what we visited last month. And I think on face value, it's really good, but there are a few situations that it does not account for. And there are a few listed here. I'm going to just give one, which is a real world situation. If we have a specialized contractor that does not have an apprenticeship program and there is no local or any real competition at all, by constricting their ability to bid on projects with a really restrictive apprenticeship requirement, we have effectively created a situation where we now have to go way outside of the area or pay a lot more money for the services. And of course, there are other situations here as well. The next example, or the next way that people have done this, is simply by requiring that the program has a certain number of graduates. And I'm sure you can already start to think about, this is not much different than simply belonging to a program, because if the program only has to have 3 graduates, or 5 graduates in this case, they can graduate 5 people once and then never have to graduate anyone ever again. And by simply belonging to that program, you are now qualified. And again, that does not meet the intention of what we're trying to do, which is workforce development and high quality work. The fourth one is that there are ordinances that require the company have employees who have completed apprenticeship programs. And this is interesting because all of the other requirements are focused on the program itself, that the program is active, that the program has graduates. The program has graduates over a period of time. This one is different in that they're putting the onus more on the company and not the program. And by doing that, they are encouraging highly skilled labor, regardless of where the employees receive their training. It could have been at a previous employer. It could have been through a union. It could have been through a employee-sponsored non-union program. And it's also allowing the companies to encourage hiring skilled employees also. So your skills here are easily transferable and not positively affecting these companies as well. So when we take a step back and look at these, we recognize that we're really trying to solve for 2 problems or 2 issues. One is higher quality of work, and the other is building the local workforce. And so instead of trying to hit 2 targets with 1 arrow, we should instead divide this into 2 separate solutions. And so let's focus on the first one, higher quality work. We do this by ensuring and prioritizing bidders and requiring bidders to have trained employees. That could be apprenticeship programs, trained professionals through apprenticeship programs. It could be professional licenses. It could be on-the-job training. I make a mention on here that the city of Elgin has a provision for equivalent experience, recognizing years of experience as a reasonable substitute for certified training. And we can also use the company's past performance to help grade the quality of work. We already have this in our RBO, so there's no reason we can't beef that up a little bit if we really wanted to. And then secondly, building the local workforce as a secondary goal. To do this, we should prioritize and incentivize contractors and companies who have active apprentices, are local themselves, or have a high percentage of local workers, and really exemplify our values. And the values I speak of are the ones that this council has adopted. So in order to meet the first goal, that we are prioritizing higher quality work, I would propose that we update our language in our ordinances to require that the bidder has employees who have graduated from apprenticeship and training programs or reasonable equivalent to such programs. And I know I've had discussion with some of my colleagues here. The definition of reasonable equivalent might need to be defined, and I'm sure we can do that in a way that is acceptable. But this allows for, again, putting the onus on the company itself to have trained people and recognizing their training or certifications that might have happened elsewhere. The next idea is this concept of a bid incentive. And a bid incentive, I'm going to give some examples here of what I'm talking about. But effectively, when bids come in, we allow to artificially subtract percentage points from the base bid price to make one bid more favorable than a competitive bid. And I'm going to give 2 examples of bid incentives here. For example, if we want to incentivize companies that have active apprentices, we can have a tiered incentive program whereby we lower their base bid price by a percentage point determined by the number of apprentices they have on that work site. Likewise, we could incentivize the location of the office of the company. And an example of how this works is right here. If we are going to repave a hypothetical alleyway and we put out an RFP, Company A submits 100 grand, Company B $103,000. By current standards, Company A wins because they are the lowest responsible bidder. But if we start looking at bid incentives and we recognize that Company B has active apprentices as 15%, and they are based out of Rock Island County. So we subtract percentage points from their base bid price. And now their new bid price, for consideration purposes only, not what we pay them, is lower than Company A. And this will make them the lowest bidder according to our rules. So what we're doing here is we are incentivizing them because they exemplify the values that we have as a city. This same mechanism can be used to incentivize other things. We have apprentices, Moline-based companies, companies who employ local workers. One that I really thought about after visiting Moline High School were companies who have employed recent graduates from our community partners. Potentially anyone with that attended the pre-apprenticeship program in either Moline High School or Blackhawk College. And of course, encouraging diversity in the workforce by incentivizing percentages of minority or female workers on the project itself. And I'm hoping it's very clear why we want to do this. These are aspects of our core values that we adopted as a council. Collaboration, innovation, adaptability, excellence, being a welcoming and inclusive community. And I think the other important thing and reason for this is that we've decided that the pillar of the economy was vital. This doesn't just keep money in Moline a little bit better. It helps build the middle class by encouraging companies to hire residents of Moline, graduates of our community schools. And we're keeping money and encouraging this behavior in such a way that it edifies everyone. And so this is a plan I would like to move forward with. I have discussed this with pretty much everyone in this room. And so at this time, I would love any feedback or just get an idea of which incentives people like, which percentages we might move with, or if this is a conversation we could always take offline due to time constraints, I'm willing to do that as well. But with that in mind, just get an idea of what we would like to do if this is acceptable with the council, and then move forward with legal to help draft an ordinance, and we can go from there. So I would open this up to any questions or any comments.
Mr. Schmidt?
So I'm on board with everything in the direction we're going. My biggest concern is when we look at that, the first component of requiring trained workers. And I think we have to make sure that we are putting an actual definition on there that has some teeth. I don't personally believe that just being on the job experience provides the same things that going through a training program provides. I think you can learn a lot of things in that way, but I think there are components to safety training and to execution that become important to receive through a program. I recognize in the original proposal, one of the big weaknesses, one of the things that was in talks right up until the end was how to make sure that there was a roadmap to widen that a little and to allow people to bring in companies that are working to implement said kind of programs. So widening that certainly makes sense, but I just think that it's, to my eyes, especially if we're looking at work experience, I think there has to be something else to go along with that, not just years on the job. If it's some sort of certificate, and I don't know the answer to exactly what that is, but that'd be something I'd be looking for.
Mr. Wen?
I really appreciate your hard work on this. I think that this is a really good step forward, and I love this approach. Two quick things. One, I guess, to the comment about time on the job and certificates or whatever. I'm looking at you, and then I look at our starting as dog catcher and becoming our public works director. I understand what you're, but we have to recognize there are amazing craftsmen out there, people who do an amazing job, but they didn't get a sheepskin, they didn't get go through some program, but they may be the best people in our community. And so I think to the point that Alderman Timian has, their quality of work, we have that if they're doing a crud work and they've been on it for a long time, we should not be hiring them. But if they're doing excellent work and have been doing it for a long time, and then say, well, you got to go back to school for a little bit there, be like, I've been doing this for 25 years, what are you talking about? That I think is not appropriate. But along with this, have we, I like this approach as far as with the Public Works Department. Do you guys kind of work on this to put this together, or how does this? I'd like to see, you had a couple examples, but maybe we could pull up 3 or 4 things that have happened over the last few years, or maybe a half dozen or something, and say, how would this affected those bids to kind of give us an idea?
There's a few thoughts, and I have spoken to Joe about this, and there's a couple of ideas of what could happen. One thing that could happen is that this does not materially affect any bid whatsoever, and that is a real possibility. People might use all of these incentives. They might hire Moline. They might have properly trained people. They might hire our graduates. They might move their offices downtown, and it doesn't affect any bids. And I'm asking you, is that a bad thing? No. This is not only to encourage behaviors, but it's to encourage the behaviors of all. So if this doesn't flip a bid, I'm willing to bet that the moment it flips one bid, everyone's going to start looking at it and saying, oh, I lost out on a $500,000 contract because company Z over here hired a bunch of Moline grads and moved their offices, or they have a more diverse workforce than I do, or whatever the criteria is. And then everyone's going to start doing it. And so if this is a way to help ensure that our community is living up to the values that we think is important, regardless of the material effect on it long-term or even short-term, I still think it's a win.
And to that point, I was just trying to figure out if 1% or 2% or 3% is the right number, because right. I completely agree with you. I think that this does do everything you said about it. I just want to make sure that we wind up hitting that trigger point right. sooner. I don't want that trigger point to happen 5 years from now.
And so I do think when I initially spoke to Joe about this, he said around 5% bids can get really interesting. That's your exact quote. Chicago has a very similar program, and they put a cap at 10% on incentives. So they have a lot of incentives that are more robust than the ones I've mentioned here. But putting a cap on there makes it so one company can't just, steamroll the whole process. Yeah. And so I think that that's appropriate as well. Next question, which I'm sure will come up, which is enforcement. I do think that there's a couple of ideas. I do not want to overly burden the Public Works Department. So I do feel that there is an easy mechanism to do this, which is through affidavits during the bidding process. And if we find out that a company has intentionally misled us and lied about this, there is a penalty, which could be you are not a responsible bidder for 5 years, 3 years. I don't know what it is, but it is severe enough that if a company intentionally violates that, and I say intentional because they might have 15% apprentices and half of them quit the day before the job starts. This happens. So if there is an intentional act to mislead, there is a punishment. And of course, how that is investigated, I think would be something that we could work out with Joe and figure out what that process looks like. But there would have to be some sort of document trail and whatnot. But initially, we're going on a affidavit system where they say they meet this criteria, and we take their word for it until otherwise.
Yes, Mr. Waldron.
No offense to you, James. I tend to agree with Alderman Went about the experience versus the apprentice program. I think experience does count in a real world thing. My problem with it does get back to what you just said, Matt, about enforcement. Let's say we come up with whatever our criteria is, and that I have to have either been through an apprentice program, or let's say 7 years with experience on the job. So I say all my people have 7 years on the job. I get the bid. Something else comes up, and I take those people and move them to another job during the day. There's obviously nobody from engineering is going to be able to track that. So if we just set up a system once again that you can say, I've got all these 7-year experienced people in there, but how would you ever track that on job by job?
Well, there's one point of clarification. The enforcement is really about the incentives. The other requirement of training is very similar to how we currently do it, which is an affidavit system. It's a legal document that they sign and are legally bound to. And so so that's one step. The second is that we need to decide the threshold of training, because I can't require that you both have everyone with 7 years experience and encourage you to have apprentices, because the apprentices are by definition new. So the ordinances I've seen actually just say that the company has trained people. That the theory is if I have employees who have received training and have been doing seal coating for 20 years, that knowledge is available to the people doing the project. And so I guess that would be guidance we would need, is like, what is that threshold of trained people? Is it in the company? Is it on the project itself?
Well, yeah, I mean, if we're not able, if the enforcement at the job site isn't something we do right now, then we're sort of confusing it. It's really about the enforcement in the bidding process that we have the most control over. Yes, Mr. Went.
And I appreciate the idea if they go outside that, there may be some penalty. There could also be, to that point, some kind of clawback. Say, okay, well, you got this benefit of 2 or 3%, and so now and so that may be, once you ding somebody with something like that, the others, aren't going to step out of line, or if you have that in that contract.
Mr. Schmidt.
And as we talk about number of workers, I guess I would like us to see a threshold, and I don't know what that exact number is, but starting at 50% and seeing where that becomes reasonable, or it also on size of project, and there could be questions. I'm not exactly sure what that most reasonable number is, but I don't want some place to be, again, one person who meets that requirement. It just does not get that job done. But when we talk about considerations, I think anyone who is actively in training should also count to those numbers. Trained, experienced, in training, I think could all compile to make in that number and to get to the percentage of workforce that is needed.
Yes, Mr. Went.
And to that point, that's why I think that this is a much better approach than what we were considering before, because considering before, you had some places that had nobody. They just happened to write a check, and so then they qualified. There's an incentive that you actually have apprentices on the thing and on-job training and those sorts of things. So I think that this is great.
There was questions I had, which were if there are any other incentives, maybe you can think about it and get back to me. I can add them. There's the threshold, and there was another question, but I can't remember it now. So if anyone else has anything to say, I'll remember it.
Yes, Mr.
I just want to thank you for putting this together. You really did your due diligence and getting all this information. I think we're right there. It's just minor tweaks here and there, and it's going to be the perfect fit for Moline. So thank you for taking the time to lead this effort, but combining doing all the research. It's really well put together, and yeah, I think we're almost there. And there's a lot of great conversation and a lot of great comments, and I'm sure we'll get there soon enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next step will be working with legal to put it together and seeing it on the COW, where we'll debate some more.
So I remember my question now. A number of communities who have done this in the past have a tiered threshold based on the price of the project. So for example, if you're bidding $100,000 project, you can use up to 10%. But if this is a $2 million project, 10% is suddenly a lot more money. And it isn't as fair. So I guess I'm looking for guidance on if we want to consider that as well, what those thresholds might be.
You see thumbs up around the head
Or
nods.
it could be a maximum percentage or dollar amount as well. But that's the dollar amount then could become a problem for really large projects. So we can look at, I know there are some communities that do have tiered maximums for this. So.
And one way to do it is a certain percentage for your first $500,000 of stuff, and then it's a different percentage for, and that way you don't run into this $1 over, and now I'm in a whole different world where $1 below, it doesn't make sense.
See, if my suggestion would be, see how much we can keep it in, what did you call it, the sweet spot? Somebody said the sweet spot somewhere. That gets what we want done, but doesn't create a massive headache for Mr. Kuhlenbeck in reviewing the bids.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking of Mr. Kuhlenbeck, before you get started, I just want to say a public thank you for following through. I don't know if the council knows, but on my board of things to do, I had asked for a snow and ice plan update by September 1st, and here we are, and thank you very much.
Sure. And you guys all received the memo I put together last Friday. Really put it together as simply and broke down our process as basically as I could to present to you our challenges that we face on any snow event, but also in the.
I'm sorry. Are you taking a restroom break? It's been 3 hours nearly. Can we
We're
take
gonna pause for 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
Here, so we can get out there before midnight. Mr. Kuhlenbeck.
Yep, thank you, Your Honor, Council. Again, the memo I sent out to you guys last week was a very, very brief overview of our snow plan, procedures, how we get to those procedures, and the staffing required for those. Last year's snow removal service was above and beyond our status quo, what we have done recently. As you all know, we brought in outside contractors to assist with parking lots, residential areas, cul-de-sacs, dead-end streets. That plan was very well received. I know a lot of you have expressed interest in maintaining that level of service. And in this memo, really kind of laid out our options to get to that level. Our current staffing levels, really just not able to do that with in the time frame that we did in last year's. Our crews down there are very. This is when they get a shine. We have our chiefs in the back here who are out front, and our public safety every day, all year, all the time. When we get to this point in the season and in these events that come naturally, this is Public Works time to shine. Our guys and our gals that are out there doing it take pride in that. They do it as best as their ability. They're there continuously until the job is done, no matter what it takes. But with fewer people, without the resources, it just takes longer. Those services sometimes are not appreciated. We felt like the neighborhoods maybe get pushed to the end, that we're not out there quick enough, that we're not doing the things that we need to do to clear the streets for all of our residents. So what staff is looking for is an expectation from this council is what level of service is it going to be expected? What would a level of service that you want to provide your constituents? And if it is what we provided last year, we're going to need assistance, whether it be hiring additional employees. I laid out 12 additional municipal services employees to fill that gap, to get drivers into residential areas quicker, sooner, at a more timely and efficient manner, or by hiring out contractors like we did last year to fill that gap as well, to assist with us to get in there quicker, sooner, earlier. Either way, that level of service is going to come at a cost. Last year's expenses were 293,000 and some change, I believe, is what we had in there. I estimate just from historical snow events, 25 events per year, using an estimate of wages from an outside contractor, we're going to be right around that $300,000 mark again, just basing it on just my experience. We do have an RFP ready to go out there to solicit contractors if that's the route we decide to go. But either way, there are those expenses, and it's going to come this year, whether we get a bad year or not. And really, this kind of laid out those options of how we want to get to that level of service, if that's what we decide to do. Really, that's it on a tar shell. I did give some other examples of some additional work that 12 municipal services employees could do throughout the year. We could save some money in some of our CIP programs. I'm not going to say we're going to do all of them. We're not going to do all of our sidewalks, but we can definitely do our 75-25 program in-house. We could stretch those $100,000. We could stretch that money out, do more, because we're already paying the labor. We're only buying the material at this point. We could grow into doing alley reconstructions, increasing our crack and tar fill. Those are all CIP programs that I'm very familiar with, that I know we could either increase what we do or also have some savings on those ends. And then just day to day and every day and our tasks that we do get to, but we maybe don't do it as completely as we'd like to. We don't street sweep every day. We have 2 available. We should have those both out all the time. You know, our Roscoe equipment, just assisting our sign shop personnel when we're posting no parking signs. We're behind on all of that maintenance, all those general maintenance items that we do as best we can, but with the resources we have, we don't get to them as frequently as we'd like to. So laid some of that stuff out here for you, and really today just looking for guidance from this council on what direction we'd like to go moving forward.
Mr. Watt?
Under our standard plan, because we all have heard, I think, through last year and the year before, lots of different information. The number of trucks that we have that have plows that can get out, under just the current plan, how many of those trucks are actually in a snow emergency, actually go out, and how many are sitting back at the shop?
We have more than enough trucks to accommodate additional staffing. So if we did staff up, we would have the equipment already available. I don't know the exact number, how many sit idle.
Because what I heard was that half of our trucks or more sit back and aren't out on the street. And I don't know if that's true. That's why I'm asking.
And I don't know if it's half. Like I said, I don't have the exact number. There are some spread out throughout utilities, you know, so they're not in our building necessarily. So it's hard to put that. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but we definitely don't have a bottleneck in equipment.
So to that, then, I mean, there's lots of people who work for the city. And I know that one of the things when we went through the class and comp, where there were a lot of people who had the licenses that were available. Are we utilizing all of those people who have licenses to jump in those trucks and go out? Or are we only using a small percentage of those people to go out in those 25 events that we have?
Yeah, and we're using as many as we can. We're not pulling all of them from utilities, so that the work that they have to complete would now have to be contracted out as well. So there's that fine line of how many staff members we're able to get to come over to assist with that snow emergency, because of their core duties that are still have to be maintained and completed throughout the day.
But we're only talking about 20, 25 days a year, right?
Well, we're talking, if we're getting into residentials right away, yeah, we're 35 plus people on first shift and 22 third shift folks. And without having, taking our engineering folks as one example, they do go out with us and they help during some snow emergencies. Our building inspections department staff does as well, traffic engineering. We pull from a lot of different avenues. What we did last year is we mandated them go to third shift if that's where we needed them, and we're trying to get away from that. We have those first shift folks that have duties that need to be done during a first shift. So we're trying to, in this plan, if we brought in the additional staff, we would increase their time in front of their shift or behind their shift to fill that gap. But our municipal services folks are going to be the ones that are on the third shift coming in, doing the nights and ensuring that they're setting everybody else up for the first shift folks to come in.
So there might be a little bit of bandwidth, but there's not a ton.
Yeah. There's little bits, but again, I mean, to do what we did last year, we're just not there. For sure.
Mr. Timian has a question, and then Mr. Walden.
I am a big fan of the extra 12 heads. Feasibly, is that something we can do in the next, I mean, you're not no crystal ball, and this is an HR question, but can we hire this many? Or is there a hybrid approach just in case we can't?
You know, there may need to be a hybrid approach this year. Working into next year, we would definitely have those. I can tell you we have a few positions open, and we have interviews set up with 8 candidates on, I think it's next Tuesday,
Okay.
Tuesday or Wednesday. And if we go out there, and this would be a better question for Lee, I know she's working very, very hard on recruitments constantly, and not just with Public Works, but throughout the city, we have a lot of openings. We would help in any way possible, whether it's job fair at Public Works on a couple of Saturdays, whether it's assisting Lee in any way we can. But hiring 12 is obviously going to be a challenge. We're still trying to hire and backfill spots that we had open. But I mean, if we get to go ahead, we're going to start tomorrow on that. So whatever way we go, and it may be a hybrid approach. We may need to.
This 12 would probably also account for a number of people being sick, so there'd be proper coverage. This isn't like our bare minimum. This is the sweet spot.
Yeah, and we have. I mean, we have that. We have that anyway.
Yep,
We
thank
always
you.
do, and we always have, and we always will. That's just going to be a hurdle we have to jump as management.
Okay, Mr. Walden.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think this is a two-pronged thing. First of all, I think as a council, we need to decide our service level. And then once we decide our service level, we got to figure out how we're going to go about doing it. So to get the ball rolling here, I'd like to make a motion to adopt last year's service level for obviously at least the coming years. So I'd like to make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Alderman Waldron, seconded by Alderman Went. Discussion? Mr. Schmidt?
I just want to make sure, when we say last year's service level, that's indicating this proposed staffing level.
No. No, right now I'm still talking about the service level, and last year's service level was excellent, no question about it. We went into residentials much quicker, we went into cul-de-sacs much quicker, so right now I'm only talking about the service level. Then I think the next thing we need to decide is how to go about it. Is it a hybrid? Is it hiring people? Is it sticking with contractors? I think decide what service level you want, and then figure out how you're gonna pay for it.
So I guess my question is, what is that? Like, I mean, from a body standpoint, and how many more trucks are we talking about above what's in this proposed plan even?
So, in a way to put it on paper, because a snowstorm is a snowstorm, you know, you can't write it down. But it is, we have 6 residential routes that coincide with our hill routes. We're proposing to put an extra truck, an extra body in those residential streets that aren't exclusive to the hills immediately. As soon as we deploy, we get people into the residentials, 1 truck per route, first shift and second shift, to continually put a blade down and make the rounds through there, so that when the folks from home come out at 4 a.m. to get to their job, or they get called in or it's an emergency, they're not first tracks.
Is that what the contractor did last year? I seem to remember graders coming around and grading off ice and stuff like that in cul-de-sacs. So that would be.
And I think that was exceptional because we had that real bad
Right.
ice event where.
So you're assuming this one extra vehicle in a residential will prevent that ice from forming on residentials?
No, that's all timing based and event based. If there's ice in residentials, if there's ice on mains, there's ice on mains and residentials, whether we're in there or not. Honestly, the way that event happened last year, if we would have left snow down without touching it, ice on top, and then snow, and then go out, we would have had no ice on roadways because the snow is going to attack it. It's all everything's event coordinated, and whether ice comes first, snow comes first, or a hybrid of that too is going to change the way the event actually works out. The approach and the equipment we put out there will be based on on that event and how we're supposed to, and how we can remedy it with our
So the
resources.
level of service has to do with how fast you're getting to residential's off the main streets.
Correct.
But, well, we still haven't
clarify.
answered my question of how many more trucks is last year's service level compared to these? Because you're asking us to vote, or you're putting a motion forward, and I have no idea what that motion actually means, is my concern.
I don't think we know yet.
Yeah, I don't know how many contractor trucks they had in there or pieces of equipment they had necessarily, and they were broken off too. They did parking lots. So some of the contractors did parking lots, some of them did cul-de-sacs and dead ends. This approach would be a little bit different in implementation anyway. We're just asking for.
Your Honor, if that's the case, I've heard enough doubt here that I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Thank you. I need to double check how we do that. You just withdraw it?
Well,
I
with
withdraw my
unanimous consent, if we all say yes, it's fine.
Right.
Because, and the reason I want to withdraw it is because what Joe is saying is not what we got last year. The contractor not only did residentials, he also did parks, parking lots, stuff like that. And then all the park employees that were doing that stuff normally came in and did the streets. So when you're talking about adding one more vehicle and a body into a residential, that to me does not seem like the service level we were provided last year. It's just my perception.
So if you're withdrawing, we just need a majority vote. There's no debating anything. All right, so let's take care of that, and then we'll move back to questions or comments. So all in favor of the withdrawal of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion's withdrawn. Question, Mr. Went.
I think another part of this, and I think this kind of middle ground is a good start for this year as we start to ramp up or whatever. And I hear what you're saying. Everybody would love snow to be perfect, but I think maybe this is a really good first step because if we come in where we're going to hire more people or contract or whatever, we're not going to be able to get all those people hired by this winter. So maybe higher than where we were 2 years ago, but maybe not quite as, and last year was a little weird with the ice and stuff anyway. But to that point, other things that I think we can do, and I think I learned this from Alderman Waldron, was the run till it,
So the water runs in the gutter.
yeah, till water runs in the gutter. So I live like on a secondary route, and multiple times, last year, the year before that, I would have trucks going down my street sparking because they just kept doing the same route. Meanwhile, I had neighborhood routes that nobody could get through and had never been touched. And so I think that that's one of the things we need to look at and consider. Now that we got the GPS on it, I think that might help that moving forward. Because, and this is human nature, if you're driving a route that's easy, there's no parked cars, it's, you're just doing it, you don't have to pay, like level 1, pay attention because you're going in and out of cars and doing all those things. I think we have a situation, at least what I've experienced, is that there are some routes where they've been trained to run until it drains, where really we could get those things so they're clear enough to go and then move on to the next, where we aren't going to run into huge issues where people can't get out and then move on to the next level. And with that extra person, maybe those have already been started and we get into them, because I have a cul-de-sac by my house where, quite honestly, it never gets touched. I go down with my John Deere little lawnmower with a blade, and I clear it every year. I mean, because all the old people down there, they're never going to get out because it's going to be forever until that gets in. Maybe if we have some adjustments to this, that will help with those situations.
So I think the pieces of this that make sense to me, if we go with filling positions in city staff, I really like the idea that they have jobs to do outside of this, questionable, we don't know what the winter's really going to be like time, right? If that's getting us to meet some of the goals we have, that's great. That's a good use of those funds if we want to fund it at the level that we have been funding. I do agree that it's questionable whether we can find all those people. I'm all for casting a wide net, finding a way to get everybody licenses that they need to run this equipment, et cetera. So I think that's actually the crux of the question is do we want to try to do it more in-house with that flexibility of what they're going to do throughout a year, or focus on the outside contracting? And then the levels of service is that, or what the plan looks like is a different piece of this same question. Is that how you interpret this?
Yeah, and the level of service is, again, because of our planning, and our teamwork with utilities, not being part of Public Works anymore, and engineering who supplements, we were gonna give ownership of parts of the plants, parking lots, to utilities. Utility staff was gonna be in charge of that, so that they knew every single time that they had that job to do by these timeframes. One, they were familiar with the locations, they were more efficient at it. If anybody's been in a truck, it's a lot of work. It's white knuckle sometimes, and the more familiar you are with it, and the more comfortable you are, the better job you do, the safer you are, just in general. So we were going to take our plan, modify it a little bit anyway, to find those efficiencies where they can be found, and then we felt like the 12 people just supplemented getting people into those residential. So this was an attempt to mimic that level of service with putting something down on paper.
Mr. Warren?
I think based on what you're saying, and that this is kind of a new approach to it, I think that it already being October, the fact that we're already trying to hire people into the city, and they're running overtime and HR and everything. I think that's probably the best route to go, and because I think last year we didn't really measure it as well as we should, because the level of service isn't what we're talking about doing now. It was something completely different. I think what probably is the best bet is to probably do the outside for this winter, measure it, see what we need on the number of staff and how that would work, and then make a decision from there on hiring into next year. Is it 15? Is it 12? Is it 10? Is it, what is that level is going to make? And are we okay with this level of service, or do we need to amp it up or break it down? I would just hate for, like, all of a sudden we either rush, hire a bunch of people, and then realize we don't need that many, or we try to do it with not enough people, and then we don't have anything to really measure to make our decisions long term. So that's kind of, I think, where I'm at.
Joe, I agree with Alderman Went. I think last year exposed the fact, even with a terrible start, with the private sector coming in and doing everything that they did, that there's a level of service now and expectation with the citizens that we actually move the snow in places where it's never been moved before. So this year, if we take a measured approach and it doesn't reach that level, and God forbid we see some real snow, the perception will be that we fell flat on our face. We got it right one year, and now we're right back to the same old, problems. So I think there's should be a hybrid, somewhat, at least so now this year we can get a good judge of what we really need to implement proper snow removal. Because, and Alderman went and hit on it, and we've had this problem for a long time. We hit the main thoroughfares, but the people in their cars on the side roads are left stranded. And last year, we screwed up and we actually plowed everything last year. So now everybody expects us to step up and do that. So I think that'll be my concern for you, because I know you're working hard to get it done right, but we got to make sure we get it right.
Mr. Schmidt?
Yeah, and I think all that makes sense. As we look at where we would bring in, especially if we're working with outside people, is residential the best use of that? I guess I'm wondering, or I don't know. This is if we bring it outside, wouldn't, to a certain extent, we want to give those who would have the least experience with knowing the streets of Moline the easiest jobs. And I know residential is also the place with the lowest, I guess, risk, because when one is missed, it's not causing a major thoroughfare thing. I'm not talking about that, but I wonder about parking lots or other places like that.
Yeah, we feel residentials is definitely the way to go for that. One, we don't salt residentials. That's never been anything that we've done. So we're not counting on the contractor counting salt. They're not coming down to our shop and using our salt. They're not in our facility for any reason. That's a really big component of keeping any kind of contractor in the residentials. That would be one big thing. Parking lots are fairly simple process for us. I mean, that's the easy part. That's kind of low hanging fruit. Again, we are going to give ownership to utilities on that exclusively, and then draw from them any other volunteers that we could get. But definitely in this approach, if we're measuring service levels, I think measuring it within the residentials is where everybody sees it, where you guys have heard about it, where you saw it last year, and I think that's where we would want to focus that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Moore and then Mr. Schmidt.
Thanks. Yeah, I think my own perception from the residents is they want us to get to the residencies, those residential streets faster. And so I like that. And the reason I like, maybe we have to go with the hybrid approach this year just due to the staffing situation. But this isn't just about this isn't just about snow. This is about cleaning streets so that our bike paths are clear. As I've been trying to mimic my colleague over there, I've learned that our bike lanes are filled with, they need to be cleaned. They really do. They're not safe. But the pothole filling, whatever it is, you listed a number of options, and I think that those are things that our residents really expect us to provide. And I think if we do that, I think it's going to be greatly appreciated by the residents and probably good money spent.
Yes, Mr. Timmons.
I just, one thing I want to, actually Alderman Schmidt was first.
He was next,
He
yeah.
was next. I apologize.
My other question was about when does this allow us to get to the city responsibilities of sidewalks? I do know that was like sidewalks that the city has responsibility to clear. Sorry, that's what I mean. I know that was an issue last year. Well, because you got your guys working overtime and we got to get those roads clear, but then the sidewalks are. I witnessed a number of people walking out in the middle of the street trying to catch a bus, and I'm just curious what that does, or if that makes we're able to get to those sooner or not.
With 12 people or 12 trucks, 12 contractors, however we go with this 12 number that we come up with, the sidewalks are still a part of our process, and they're going to be the same process. Again, we're going to split up our forces as much as we can and give ownership of the sidewalks, hand routes, tractor routes, to portions of the city. Engineering may take on that responsibility along with one or two delegates from municipal services to own that, to understand that route, to know that every time it snows, that's going to be their responsibility before or after or during their workday. And so that's how some of those efficiencies we feel like we're gonna work those in and give that ownership to a group of people as opposed to whoever's here. 3 people to my right go do that, and 3 people to my left go do that approach.
And with that being on the first shift, when is that taking place then?
So first shift is 7 to 4, and if we're calling them in early, they're coming in at 3. If the snow happens overnight, if it starts at midnight, they're coming in at 3, doing it until it gets done through the snow event, or staying late until 7 p.m. to do it.
And obviously when the snow comes is a big piece of that puzzle too.
Yeah.
But if it's snowing overnight and we don't start clearing the streets until 10 a.m., well, we've or the sidewalks, then we've already missed a piece.
Yeah,
But
and again, it's not going to be a 10 a.m. It's going to be a before first shift or an after first shift type of deal when most people are out. Now, again, every snowstorm's different, and we're going to have to evolve and zig and zag. But that's the planned approach.
Before you go, Mr. Timmons, so am I hearing that a hybrid approach is preferred? Is that our recommendation?
You have to.
Keep trying, yeah, we have to.
I think it's hybrid, but probably heavier on contractors just because that's going to be realistic.
Keep trying to hire people, but fill in with the contractors.
We can hire 12 in
I
a week.
can't hire any more than what I have authorized unless we get authorization for that.
Mr. Timmons was next.
So for the first one, I would like if we could authorize for all of them and see where we are. I won't make that a motion at the moment. I just wanted to mention that in a hybrid approach, I feel that another important factor is to make sure that we are that our full-time employees that might count on the overtime hours associated with this are not cheated out of that, where they can do their route and then they just sit on their, sit in their desk waiting to be called out again because we've contracted out things. So I don't know what that balance is.
From a management and logistical point, it would be my preference to, if you give us permission, authorization to hire 6 and hybrid or contract out 6, I want those 6 to do those residential neighborhoods until they're done. I don't, again, it's that continuity, it's that comfortableness, getting used to it, especially with outside contractors who don't report to me directly or to you directly. If we're pulling them off in the middle of their shift because now our guys have time, I'd see more problems with that on a management side and as a logistical side as I do giving them ownership of those areas and us taking ownership of the others.
Understandable.
Mr. Went.
So let's say we decide to do this 6 and 6 approach. I think what I would like to do is that, I think we recognize a lot of this we don't know. We don't know how this is going to pan out, if this is the right level, if this more than what we can afford, less than what we can afford, or whatever. So I think if we go this route of hiring 6 and outsourcing 6, I think that the idea of hiring the additional 6 shouldn't be increasing into perpetuity our entire staffing body for 6 into perpetuity. That you come back with an analysis of how it worked, where are we at, is 6 the right number? You may discover, hey, actually we can do it with 4 because there's a lot of people who want overtime and, and this is all we need, and so we could reduce that down to 4 through attrition or whatever. Or we may discover this worked perfect and we could save X amount of money and we should go up to 15 because that's actually the sweet spot. And I've had the time to do the analysis, and now we've created a sidewalk crew that we figure within 3 years will fix every sidewalk in the city. They're going to snowplow and fix sidewalks. I mean, whatever that might be, but you come back with that analysis in the spring, and then we make the determination: is this a permanent increase in our labor force, or what number should that increase, or should it be adjusted? I think that's the most responsible way to approach it.
So is someone making a motion to go hybrid with 6 city hires, 6 contractors, and have Mr. Kuhlenbeck come back with an analysis in the spring?
Yeah, I'll make that motion that we do the 6 and 6, that it is not a permanent increase to the number of employees that we hire, but Joe comes back, when do you think, in April?
Yeah, sounds good.
In April, with his analysis on what that sweet spot is, and then we make the determination: do we want to continue with the hybrid or hire those people? And hopefully in April you'll have recommendations of what else those people are going to be doing other than plowing snow.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Motion by Alderman Went, seconded by Moyer. Discussion. Mr. Schmidt and then Mr. Moyer.
And I like going the way we're going. If we can't fill those positions, knowing we're already down 5, though hopefully interviews help fill it, but if we can't fill these 6 positions, when do we have to make the call to bring in the rest of those against that contract? Or would that really be pretty easy? Because you would just tell them, look, you got 6, and if you go back and say, can you do 6 more, that wouldn't be hard?
Yeah, I don't think getting 6 or getting 12. I don't think getting contractors is going to be difficult. We're going to send out an RFP. It's going to go public. We're going to get multiple bids. Several are going to not win. So we could always go back. I know snow removal gets to be pretty competitive in the wintertime. I know contractors get busy. They probably take on too much work sometimes. There may be some of that, but when we don't know how many people we have and we know we're going to need more, we'll figure out a way to get contractors. Contractors they like to work.
Okay, Mr. Moyer.
So, I actually have a comment. So the comeback in April would include an analysis of what those extra employees would be doing during the summer as well, because we almost want to know, because that, to me, that's also an important part.
Yeah, 100%.
So I'm good.
Yeah, that was
Thank
part
you.
of the motion.
The big picture. Okay. Hearing no other questions or comments, all in favor of this motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. That motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Fullender. Yes.
Don't let him go yet.
Oh.
How many people are we actually short going into leaf season of existing employees? And the reason I ask that is because we augmented with a contractor last year for leaf collection even. So are we able to put out all our leaf vacs and have one, are we able to put out 6 leaf vacs like we normally do?
Yeah, with current staff and seasonal help.
Okay.
Remember last year, we didn't have seasonal help to assist.
And Your Honor, I have a follow-up, and this is really for James. Sidewalks are our lowest priority and always have been. The vast majority of sidewalks that the city plows are around parks. You'd be amazed how few sidewalks are actually, well, the city owns all sidewalks, but how much the maintenance responsibility of the city is extremely low except around parks. The expectation is that you, as the boundary owner of the property, will take care of those sidewalks. Do people do that always? No. And that's why you see people walking in the street. And it's an enforcement issue, and it is a nightmare to enforce. But it's the lowest priority.
I gotta jump in. I want to go to bed, but I gotta jump in.
I know. Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
But then I get phone calls because we plow like 7th Street, 22nd Avenue. We'll go and we'll plow an intersection that's handicap accessible. We'll plow it in 2 different ways. It'll ice up overnight. The homeowner will come out, shovel it, and sure enough, the next day they come through and there's just no way to physically keep up with it. And that's why it should be an enforcement problem. How can we enforce the law on the citizens when we're the one plowing them in? I don't understand how that can be done.
There's no good answer unless you're gonna plow, unless you're gonna hire employees and plow sidewalks.
Exactly. Let's get a little cadre of little group of bobcats and all they do is run around and do sidewalks. You're gonna need more people.
Can I touch on those points real quick?
Yes.
We're putting in 8-foot bikeways, lots of places. We had a public comment about that specifically. What we've told people is when we take your 3-foot sidewalk and make it 8-foot, clear a 3-foot path, just, so people could get through. And if we're staffed up and if we are able to increase those levels on those bikeway paths, we're going to put that into a route so we get back through with the pickup truck and push the snow off of the entire route where we need that winter travel, especially, and things like that. So that's been brought up, and that's how we plan to address it in our snow.
Thank you, Mr. Warren.
That's great, actually. Alderman Moyer and I were talking about that the other day. So I think that's a great solution to start with, and we'll figure out from there. I also think that the issue that Alderman Timmy and I are working on and actually talking about on Thursday is that's part of the complete streets of trying to not have super wide roads so far that you wind up having sidewalks back a curb and then it plows through and then there's no way because that's part of this mindset change we need through engineering and everything, because we've had some hiccups this last year where they came back and put it back a curb, and so we've got to codify these changes. So we'll be working on that, bringing it back to you here in hopefully in the coming weeks to get that figured out.
Okay. Thank you so much. We are on to almost our last item on the cow.
The smallest item.
Yeah. Mr. Vitas, could you please tell us how you plan to take us through these up or down votes?
Oh, well, thank you. I'm still here. It was a great conversation on the snow, and I'm glad to see that progress was made because we've been working on that quite a bit, and my compliments to Joe and his team down in Public Works. Great job. Moving on then to the last item short of public comment is the ARPA final allocations for the current, for this year and for the next several fiscal years. I want to point out, and I think it's important for everybody to realize, is that like the budget, which you do amend, the ARPA Recovery Plan Act funding that we have is just that. It is a plan. And I made a footnote specifically on the bottom of the first page, which you should all have, that these allocations are going to be looked at annually. So even though we make this, you make funding decisions today so that we can include these items in the fiscal 22 budget and extrapolate them into the 23 and 24 budget, each year we need to come back and we need to revisit this, because there will be those projects and those programs that perhaps we funded and started or did not finish, and there's or funded, and we found out that the estimates were high in relationship to the amount that was actually contracted. We need to adjust annually these dollars going forward until we have successfully, hopefully, expended all of the basically $21 million that the city did receive. So that said, following last meeting, Carol and I and Macy sat down, and I had requested that each one of you who had an interest in the time to provide us with your comments on the ARPA allocation at the last meeting. Several of you took the time to do that, and we took the information you provided us, and we then went ahead and created the spreadsheets that are in front of you tonight for fiscal 21, which of course is the first year that we could actually allocate dollars toward. And then we went and we looked at 22, most importantly for next fiscal year, and then looking in the outlying years, you can see 23 and 24, and the number of projects, of course, falls off. Don't let that fool you. I think those years will also have more projects as we learn to use these funds and then distribute them accordingly. What I did is on the very last page of that spreadsheet with Carol and with Macy, is we came up with a list of items, and there's a top part of that page which indicates a number of items. Those are items that were in the original allocation that was provided to you, or our recommendations at the staff level. And you can see they are listed there, starting with the tax layer and then working all the way down through the quiet zones. We did then take additional council considerations that were provided, which were not part of the original goals or the objectives that were part of the strategic plan, and we included those down below. And you can see that we did not have a staff recommendation because they're new items, and we did not have the actual dollar amounts in order to provide that information to you. You have to excuse me, it's a little bit dark in this room, so I have to light this up a little. So as I'm looking at the list, what we need to know is, outside of the Riverside Park Pool and Tennis Court Improvement Project, which was approved tonight going forward for $7.1 million, all of these other items are items that we need direction on. All of the other ones, I'm assuming, and it's dangerous to assume, but I will assume that all the other ones that have been presented earlier that there were no comments on, those would remain, and the ones that are here presented are those which individual members of council had comments on, and we're bringing back for consideration either as a restrictive or an unrestricted allocation for the next 3 fiscal years. So with that, my approach would be is to go through each one of them, give you the opportunity to speak to the issue, and then ask you to provide us with input either on the allocation amount, if you believe it should be changed, up, down, or remain the same, or included or not included at all, so that we can wrap this up tonight and then go forward in October this month, Carol and I, and finish up the budget in order to be able to present that to you.
So would you like to do this as we did the one previous meeting where we went all the way around and you got a clear up or down and comment from each councilman? I see it says
Yes.
hand vote.
Yes. I don't want to create a marathon session here, since it's already a marathon, and try and keep it to a 5K if we can, to try and get through tonight and get you home. So the first item on here was something that came up very early on, even before we got to this level of detail, and that was the tax layer multi-use venue. I will point out that they had requested $750,000. I'm sorry, they had requested $700,000, and they have a $750,000 match already awarded to them from the state of Illinois.
Yes, we have a point of order question.
Yeah, I got, we're
He's looking at this one.
I'm looking at the final page.
just this page, so we're not doing,
These are the,
we just accepted these?
these are all the ones that there's on, how would you say it, Bob, that people have had different opinions about?
No, there's stuff on here I had different opinions on that,
Yeah.
yeah, and I did too.
Some of the items are on here as well.
I think, did you say that the things in this packet were things that showed up in the strategic plan? It's these things that weren't there?
The items that are numbered are items that are part of the strategic plan. The items that are lettered down below are additional items that were brought up by emails that were sent to my attention or to the city clerk that Carol and I reviewed and then included in the bottom list. So the ones that appear at the top of the last page, that's that read outstanding items for discussion and hand vote. Those items from number 4 to number 44, those are items that questions came up and there was not full support for based upon the inputs I received from council members.
Right, so we still have, there are some council members who think that they were questioning the numbered items in your landscape sheets. Can you just re-explain why those aren't the ones you want feedback on right now?
As an example,
Number 2, I had sent something in.
as an example, we've added Mercado on Fifth to the 2021 spreadsheet D. We've added it under 6D. Does that mean that's golden? We're not even going to discuss that, or?
You're free actually to discuss any of it, but I think that the direction that I got is that putting that $40,000 request in at the last meeting was something that there was an interest in doing. And then we went ahead based on their request and we included that for each of the successive years. But you're certainly able to make a decision on that as well at this point.
Okay. Mr. Wentz.
I think it might be better to go through the landscape and kind of go through, anybody have any issue with 1, 2, and work through the entire thing, because this skips a lot of things that I know other people have had some concerns and I've sent stuff in.
Well, can I just ask that we maybe do that backward for Bob's benefit, that this is stuff he clearly knew he wanted guidance on, and it's shorter, and then we go back to this thing.
Sure.
That's how.
Sure.
Either approach will work.
Because then, yeah, that's fine. So you want to start with it says here, number 4, tax layer. Bob, you want to give you feedback on that? Then I'll open the floor to council on that one. Yes, Mr. Waldron?
I don't think it's worthwhile to spend the ARP monies on an extra. The ARP monies are supposed to have been tided over for people that struggled or something related to economic disadvantage during this period of COVID. I don't think adding a extra service level to the tax layer is justified, and I would propose to zero out that number. I know I may be on my own island.
How much agreement do we have on that? Yes?
Well, I'm not that we shouldn't be doing it. I think that there should be a different way of funding it, but this gets back to the policy that we did. We get a potential of $1 million coming out of Kone that we could transfer into TIF 1 to do this, because I think it is something that benefits all of downtown and that whole area. And that's the approach I would have liked to take. And then that would free up $700,000 of ARP funds that we could use for other things.
Mr. Macias?
Well, and I thought last time we talked about it, you suggested loaning the money to the taxpayer center and putting a tax on ticket sales.
Well, no, so that was for the steam wheelers and the storm, but those aren't on this list. We got to talk about those later. And so I agree with you, but That's not number 4, it's number 2 and number 3.
Okay,
So-
I was under the impression it was for
Mr.
that.
Vitas,
No, I don't disagree
I'm
with that.
perceiving that
Well, actually, the 3%
we're gonna
we
get
could do it.
overly bogged
That's what you
down right
suggested.
now, that we actually need a special meeting to deal with this.
I would be more than happy to entertain a meeting to that effect, given the hour that we're in and the number of issues you've dealt with tonight.
I'm
But I
sorry
do-
that puts the strain on you all with your budget setting, but I think, given that there are multiple approaches and multiple opinions, and we need to schedule a special meeting, so I would entertain the best way to go about.
First thing Friday
Is
morning?
it a doodle poll? People have to look at calendars and
Yeah.
things like that, and there are some, you're gonna be gone next week, but O'Brien's gone this week. I mean, I think we're gonna have to doodle poll it or use next Tuesday night that we gave up as a meeting. I think maybe we didn't, I can't remember now, as a special meeting.
You want those two on the doodle poll, Friday morning and
Yeah.
Tuesday night?
I think put a lot on the doodle poll and see what sticks.
Yeah, we're gonna have to put a lot on
Put
the
a
doodle
ton on
poll.
it.
Yeah.
We'll base it off of Carol and Bob's schedules,
Okay.
I think. I just think that we could be more efficient that way. Because there's concerns in council about all of the line items as opposed to just the ones you have on one sheet.
Again, I appreciate that, Mayor. We tried to streamline the discussions tonight based on the input that we received at the meeting and the follow-up emails we received. And if that wasn't sufficient, then I'd highly encourage and recommend that we have a special meeting just to go over this.
Okay, I will work with Macy and your schedules tomorrow, and we'll send something out tomorrow so you can respond to a doodle poll. If you could make sure you are on the email tomorrow at some point by the end of the day to respond to that so we can turn things around fairly quickly. But the goal would be to do it more than likely in the next week so they have enough time to make the budgets happen and have the full picture of what the council's intending. That works. I'm seeing head nods. Okay. We will.
I'm on board.
Thank you for that. So, there should be no more public comment now? There's public comment. All right. Please step to the microphone.
My name is Barbara Sandberg, 534 26th Avenue. The Moline Preservation Society is offering the city of Moline a gift. And that gift is a unique situation because it's a remnant of a depot that was destroyed about 5 years ago. And fortunately, the people that were doing the demolition were sympathetic to our needs of wanting to preserve it, and unfortunately, we could not. And the unique clock that was in the face of that depot had some very special terracotta stones all the way around it. And this woman, who happened to be the demolition people, women do all different kinds of things, and she's an expert at this, and she was able to salvage all the decorative terracotta stones that encircled this depot clock. Now, 5 years later, we finally are to the point where we would like to create a depot tower monument. We're creating a name perhaps for it, but that's what we've given it. We've chosen a site that actually was talked about 5 years ago when the Element and the Q were in the process of being built. The contractors, unfortunately, were not able to put the clock inside the Q. That was what Jeff Nelson would have loved to have had done. Jeff's been working with us on this project over the past years, thinking, where can we put this? And we wanted it on the outside then. So he had hired an architect at that time, and the architect came up with some suggestions on the lawn, we'll call it the green space, that goes east of the buildings down there. And he had 4 or 5 different locations that we have been looking at over a period of time. So over this past spring, this issue came to light again. We were waiting for the tower to be built. We didn't want to have anything in the way of the equipment that would be needed there to build the tower, for the walkway that goes across the tracks. And then COVID hit. So then everything was stopped last year, because that was really when we would like to have moved forward. But now, finally, we thought this spring, things looked pretty good, and we finally would approach the situation. So we found a couple of friends that were architects, and they got together with us, and we, together with them, created what we feel is a very attractive monument. Now, you were each given a copy of this in your agenda, and I think hopefully you agree that we've come up with something that's really spectacular. And the one thing that we really wanted to stress is Moline on there, big bold letters, so that people coming in on the train or people on 4th Avenue, who have thousands of people go by there every day, would welcome that this is actually Moline, that we can be proud of this. This is something I think you will be proud of when it actually becomes a reality. So what we found out in our research of this is that the city actually owns the property out to the east of the buildings there. So we've come to you with our proposal, and this will be a gift then, when it's all done, to the city, proposal to build our clock monument on this grounds. There are some reasons why we can't put it in some places, because there's a water pipe that goes under the ground there and some other issues. We want to be sure that it doesn't impede anybody from seeing the buildings that are behind it. We want to make sure that the traffic isn't impeded. There's lots of things we've gone and looked and walked around and put out some stakes and what have you. And the architects have given you a site plan where we felt would be possibly the very best location. But that's open for discussion. We know that you have issues that you need to decide as well. But what we want to do though now is to get your approval so that we can move forward. We need to raise some more funds for the project to be done. And we would like to be this as a gift to you on the 150th anniversary of the city. I think this could be a great asset to your celebration, maybe even have an unveiling, or whatever you want to do with it. But this is, we hope, our gift to you. And actually it proves that you can salvage things and you can put things back in a very decorative manner. And this will be a tribute to Moline's history of its rail background. If it weren't for the railroads, a lot of the industry that we have and have had over the years would not have been here. The reason that the depot was where it was that it was a passenger depot, but it also had a freight depot along with it. But then in the 30s, the traffic all moved up across 4th Avenue, basically. We will say, you know where the tracks are. And so then this depot was changed. The traffic all went over there to the Rock Island Lines depot, which has been long gone. But anyway, that's all history. The important thing is we would really like to have this location. We feel that this is where we originally wanted it to be, and this is where it would be best location and best seen from a public reason. As the public goes by on 4th Avenue, as the trains come in, we do hope they will someday. There's our hope. And that the people into the hotel can come out and enjoy it. There will also be a mural there. There will be some history on there with plaques and all. So it will be something, I think, an iconic addition to that location. I appreciate your help and I appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so we will close out the committee of the whole and move to our city council agenda. There was no other public comment. Right, yeah. So, Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's just keep going.
Do you have a location? No? Okay, roll call, please. Roll call, please.
Alderman Williams.
Present.
Macias.
Present.
Wynn.
Present.
Timian.
Present.
Moyer.
Present.
O'Brien. Waldron.
Present.
Schmidt.
Present.
Your Honor, I request approval of Committee of the Whole Council and Executive Session minutes of September 21st, 2021, and appointments made during Committee of the Whole on October 5th, 2021. Resolutions. Council Bill 1194-2021, a resolution authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute and attest to an agreement between the City of Moline, Arrowhead Academy, and Youth Build Quad Cities to construct and install parklets at various Moline businesses. to prepare for and respond to the dining impediment of the COVID-19 pandemic. Council Bill 1195-2021, a resolution declaring City Hall lamp posts as surplus property and authorizing the Fleet and Facilities Manager to arrange for disposal through release and donation to the Historic Preservation Commission, so they may have a cast-made original pieces to construct new posts.
Move to approve the consent agenda?
Second.
Motion by Alderman Went, seconded by Alderman Williams. Roll call, please.
Alderman Went,
Aye.
Timian,
Aye.
Moyer,
Aye.
Waldron,
Aye.
Schmidt,
Aye.
Williams,
Aye.
Macias.
Aye.
7 ayes, no nays. And that motion passes. Non-consent agenda of resolutions. Council Bill 1196-2021, a resolution authorizing the Fleet and Facilities Manager to purchase a hook lift, hoist, and accessories for unit number 806 from Swap Loader USA Limited for the amount of $32,710.50.
Move to approve 1196, 2021?
Second.
Motion by Alderman Went, seconded by Alderman Macias. Any comments? Yes, Mr. Went.
Why was this on the non-consent agenda?
Because it was on tonight. It was on the
It
cow
was-
tonight.
I know. I think there was only a portion of it that was budgeted possibly, but it was both on the cow and the council, and it was because of the short time period is what's explained in the car.
Okay, I still don't understand when we ask for consideration and when we're moving these
I
things
think-
through and.
Did we just forget to put the notice in here that we have done in the recent past about,
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. It was on the car, and I should have added it here
Okay.
too,
Okay.
so you would know.
No problem.
I think I was confusing it with the fact that when it was budgeted and it wasn't on the cow as well,
Okay.
then I was putting that note. Sorry about that, I will do that.
No worries. It's
Did you call
just,
the
I
roll
get
call?
confused.
any other discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Alderman Went,
Aye.
Timian,
Aye.
Moyer,
Aye.
Waldron,
Aye.
Schmidt,
Aye.
Williams,
Aye.
Macias.
Aye.
7 ayes, no nays. And that motion passes. First reading ordinances. Council Bill 3027-2021, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of general obligation bonds of the City of Moline, Illinois for pension funding purposes and for the renovation of the Riverside Family Aquatic Center. And that
Motion
is
to-
all I have this evening, Your Honor.
Motion to approve.
Oh, it's just the first reading.
It's just first reading.
Yes,
Point of
First
order.
reading.
Point of order. Since we separated those in the cow, should they be separated in the first readings then? In other words,
Yeah,
we
I
all
think that would be
voted, we all
appropriate.
voted for the pension obligation bonds, but we didn't all vote for the aquatic center.
I think that would be appropriate. I think that, yeah.
I think you're probably right.
Okay.
I don't
Let
want to
me
give
read that
my
a little
nay
differently.
So-
people,
You can read it differently, but
Yeah.
going to give them their chance still.
Yeah.
thank you.
An ordinance authorizing the issuance of general obligation bonds of the City of Moline, Illinois for pension funding purposes, and an ordinance authorizing the issuance of general obligation bonds of the City of Moline, Illinois for the renovation of Riverside Family Aquatic Center.
Ding, ding, ding,
Yeah.
ding,
I
ding,
think
ding.
that's
First
appropriate.
reading. Thank
And then
you.
it'll come back as consent
Yep.
and not.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Williams, you got anything miscellaneous?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Macias?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Went, sorry. Mr. Went?
Yeah, let's just go. Nothing, Your Honor.
Timian?
Nothing, Your Honor.
We'll do it next week.
Mr. Moyer?
Next week.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Waldron?
There's always one. Hey, Bob, are you still on the feed? Smart man, he's there. Bob, I'm looking for something related to the ARP funding about evictions. I have a concern about evictions and on both sides, for the landlords and for the people being evicted. Am I missing that somewhere on all these ARP listings, or is it in there and I'm just not seeing it?
I can speak to that in a minute under miscellaneous, but we'll let Bob answer your question.
And the reason I bring it up, Mayor, because if it's not, I'd like it added.
Yeah.
The-
Bob, can you hear us?
There's actually more money than they can give away. They just, it's the
Is he
process
on
of
mute?
getting it out.
All right. One person at a time. You're muted, Bob.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, thank you.
All right, great. I'm just glancing down the list, Alderman Waldron, and I do not see anything about evictions on this list on the final page of the document you had before you tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Went.
Yeah, I mean, I deal with this a lot, unfortunately. As of right now, there is actually money. Project Now's got some, IDA's got a bunch. I mean, there is money out there. The issue is people applying for it and qualifying and receiving it. The problem, we could do it, but you're just, I guess, duplicating a lot of the stuff that's already out there.
For the discussion.
Yes,
The other
Mr.
side
Went.
for me was what the landlords have lost. Is there a program where the landlord, that darn Alderman Williams hasn't paid for 6 months and now he's got to evict Waldron?
There's been two from Ida where you could get up to $5,000 and one up to $25,000.
Okay.
One had to be instituted by the tenant. There was one that the landlord could institute. You still had to get them to sign off one little thing, which I had one guy that wouldn't do that. But there has been
So both
programs out
sides,
there.
okay.
Now, that hasn't made everybody whole, but there are programs.
There's a program.
There is an item F on the additional council considerations that is simply entitled General Public Assistance with no dollar amount. That may be what you were looking for, Alderman.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
No other business, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, from me.
I have something.
Oh, can I go first?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's late. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No problem. I just wanted you to know that I'm hanging out on the gaming question that came up a couple of weeks ago. I still need to understand that better. Another thing I've been working on, I told you I was having that conversation with a couple people state level. That was it went well with the Secretary of Transportation. They said the Pritzker and the Secretary are 100% behind getting the train here. So just wanted to give you that update. October 11th is the first meeting of the Human Rights Commission, and we've worked out a good program for that, for the mission and the focus and how that meeting will go. And Tori is going to be putting out communications about who's serving on that, who they are, all that kind of stuff. And I think that's good for the community to know who's there. I also just wanted you to know I convened a small group of staff and Mr. Moyer about housing and shelter issues this morning to gather some information, just to really assess where we're at. KJ Whitley, Chief Galt, Jeff Manis, just to figure out where we're at with this in Moline specifically, who's doing what work, where are the gaps, that kind of thing. And we're just going to meet periodically to see where we're at. And this is mostly spurred on by a meeting with Humility of Mary and learning about some different programs that are out there. So we're not proceeding too quickly on anything. We certainly will keep you informed. But I just wanted you to know we're looking at these issues with staff who know about how fewer people are accessing and following through on some of the funding that's out there, a constant problem, right? And also where our first responders have knowledge of where to send people when they find people with issues, right? So that kind of human service component we're looking at. So I just wanted you to know that. And I was asked to remind you all about the grab and go lunch tomorrow. It's Employee Appreciation Week, and there are videos going out each day from leaders in the city to the staff. And I hope it's a good week for everyone. And just remember that there's that grab and go lunch.
You doing the parade Friday?
Yes,
All
the
of us?
parade lineup is 1 o'clock, and city and school board people in the same general vicinity. And I believe Macy will have shirts for us there. They've got to get printed. I think she's putting our names on the back or something like that. But she did ask for your sizes. I remember that. So if you're doing the parade, we'll see you there. So that's miscellaneous. no more public comment?
I have one item.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms.
How quickly I'm forgotten because I'm not sitting behind you.
Yep.
Anyhow, just one thing, Mayor, and I know you're aware of it, but we should share it with the council, and that is the I-74 bridge opening ceremony that is now scheduled officially for November 30th with an early morning reception get-together on the Iowa side in Bettendorf, followed by a ribbon cutting on the bridge, as well as allowing the general public an opportunity who'd want to dare going up there in November on the 30th to at least walk on the bridge, because they'll never get a chance again to do it. And then there would be a celebration ceremony afterwards here in Moline at a location to be determined, though the tax layer has been suggested. I'm just passing that along to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have executive session.
Your Honor, I make a motion that the council convene an executive session for the purpose of discussion of collective negotiating matters 5 ILCS 120/2C2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Nguyen. All in favor?
Aye.
Wait, I don't have to call for that, sorry. Roll call, please.
Alderman Nguyen,
Aye.
Timian,
Aye.
Moyer,
Aye.
Waldron, Schmidt,
Aye.
Williams,
Aye.
Macias.
Aye.
7 ayes, no nays.
Thank you. We are in executive session. Thank you.